Hello, everybody. We're live. And I'm joined tonight by Dan Olson,
Hello.
also known as Foldable Human and Foldable Ideas. Dan, would you like to
Folding it.
Folding Ideas?
Okay.
God.
Hello. I'm Dan Olson, aka Foldable Human. I'm the host of the YouTube channel. Well, host. I am the creator behind the Folding Ideas YouTube channel. You may know me for murdering NFTs.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been a year. It's a year and 2 days.
Oh, wow.
Since Line Goes Up came out. So yeah, that's me. What else should I say about myself? How much should I say about myself?
Well, I think
I'm a Canadian. I live in Calgary, Alberta. It's winter here. It's very winter here.
I bet people don't know about your history with Dwarf Fortress.
So I first encountered Dwarf Fortress. I was spending a lot of time hanging out on like the Dungeons and Dragons forums, and one day I get a DM that's just like, hey, I noticed you said something in one of these threads. It's like, you mentioned you're in Calgary. Me and my girlfriend just moved to Calgary for medical school. We don't really have a whole lot of we haven't met a whole lot of people here yet. Like, do you want to join? Like, do you want to throw together like a D&D game like in person? And I was like, sure, why not? Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And so their names were Eric and Jen. They were sweet, super sweet people, like really nice. Went over to their apartment, hung out for a bit, but like the whole time we're chatting and we're like kind of getting the game set up, and the whole time he's got like this little Chromebook that he's just occasionally, or not a Chromebook, but like just this little like ultralight laptop that he's just like occasionally doing something with.
Yeah.
And I can see that whatever he's doing, like it's clearly a game, but it looks like, I'm like, is he just playing like a super old mud or something like that? Like, is he playing like Zork? Like, what's going on over there? So I just like asked him about it. He's like, oh, you just playing it? Like, but I couldn't understand why he'd be playing, one of those old like ASCII interface muds.
Yeah.
But be like leaving it just kind of like sitting idle so much, because it was clearly like doing something while he wasn't like actively doing it. I'm like, that seems odd. Like, what is that? Like, that it looks kind of weird. And he's like, oh, it's this game called Dwarf Fortress. It's like, do you like colony sims, like like colony builders? I'm like, I love colony sims and colony builders. Yeah, like, tell me more about it. He's like, well, it's it's a free game. It's being developed by like just like one dude and his brother, though like only one of them actually does any coding. The other one just like writes stories about it. And so like them, and it was like in a cat, and I'm like, okay, that's all like unnecessary information, but like, yeah, like it's super intricate. Like, the guy's just like, I don't know, he's kind of really in his own head. There's nothing else like it. I don't even know where to start. Because like, and so he gives like kind of the typical pitch, and so this like that you would get around like 2008, which is kind of like, it's like, I don't know how to explain it. It's just, the level of detail is both ridiculous in a way that you would expect it to just like bog the game down into being like completely unplayable, and yet at the same time it's just super engrossing because of like, but it's like, it's hard, but it's not hard because it's difficult. It's like, though it is difficult, it's hard because it's just so esoteric. There's just so much like auteur brain going on that it takes a while to figure out like how this stuff actually fits together. I'm like, all right, that sounds like that sounds interesting. Like,
yeah, that's
okay,
intriguing
Dwarf Fortress.
indeed.
So like, take out a pen, like write it on my hand, and then got home and looked it up and just like there, that's the story then of the 3,000 hours of my life afterwards. Yeah, I got, I mean, Eric was right. It was exactly my kind of jam. So.
And today we're going to be talking about pumps and pump stacks. And I invited you to come and talk particularly on this stream because you've had a hand in the wiki.
I have, yeah. Okay, so right around this time, so after I kind of started, I started Dwarf Fortress. I played it. My first fort was like disastrous. I couldn't figure out how to like dig. I couldn't I made farms. I'm like, why aren't they farming? Why aren't they planting anything? It's like, well, because the farms actually need to be underground. And it's like, everybody's starving and dying. What's going on? The next fort went like a little bit better. Everybody still starved and died. The one after that went a little bit better. I think everyone like freaked out because I couldn't figure out how to like actually. No, I cooked all of my plump helmets. So eventually everybody starved and died.
We've all done that.
And it just kind of went like that. And it's like, okay, well, the next one, I don't know, like at some point, oh boy, like the economy, the old scrapped economy was still in place. So it's like where you needed coins and like suddenly rooms cost rent. And I made the mistake of appointing a hammerer because I had no idea what a hammerer did, and so he's just going around like executing people for being delinquent on their rent, and I'm like, what is happening? And it lost forts to like goblin invaders, but I got super into it, and then the like, what was it? It was the point 14.
Mm-hmm.
Version, the point 14 version came out my job at the time was I was working at a high school, and so two things coincide here. One is I lived about 10 minutes walk away from one of my coworkers, and two is that the new version came out 2 days before spring break started, and so my coworker's like, hey, it's like, do you want to like house sit and just like come over and like feed the dogs during spring break, because like me and the family we're going back to Nova Scotia for the week. And I'm like, so I've got a full house. It's like, you're offering me a week with a full house to myself, no roommates, no obligations, and it's like, and the new version has like just come out, and so I like took it and just sat there at the kitchen table for the week on a laptop, just like digging into the new version and like helping update the wiki and just all of this stuff. And so while I'm sitting there, I was in a phase where like I had bought like a set of Copic markers. So they're like just this really good watercolor marker set, and I was like learning how to use them, and so just in that I was like, pump stacks are a thing that like the instructions that I on the wiki didn't really make sense to me.
Yeah.
And like I had eventually like fumbled my way through it and like managed to actually successfully like build some pump stacks. But I was like, it's like, what, these instructions could be better. And like that was my big like thing that I was obsessed with that week, was that it's like, okay, Dwarf Fortress has this reputation of being like, so hard to get into and so hard to learn, but being involved in education, I was like, no, nothing is intrinsically difficult to learn. it's if you can structure information right, if you can explain things clearly, if you can find the correct presentation for the information, you can explain basically anything to anyone. So I'm gonna fix the wiki. And so I was like, so that's what I was doing, is I was going through and I was just like, I was looking for things where I'm like, okay, what are these common tripping points, and like what's the problem with them, like why are these things so hard? And 9 out of 10 times it's just like whoever wrote the instructions just like didn't have an eye towards explaining it to someone who didn't know what you were already talking about.
Yeah.
You know, they were all principally written with like hindsight in mind. And it's like, okay, we just need to like restructure this. And so part of that was like the pump stack diagrams, which are like kind of difficult to explain, especially in the older graphics where it was like not immediately visible, like which side of the pump is which, and like what is this thing actually like, what is this thing actually doing? What is this machine that is being abstracted here? And so so just for my own sake, I drew out the diagram so that I could like better keep track of it, because if you try to make them compact, you know, there's a specific kind of like pattern to it. And remembering like the power transfer and like, okay, which tile needs to be which tile needs to be empty, which tile is going to be like the reservoir tile or whatever, and all of that. And so I just sketched it out. And the funny thing is that like one of the comments at the time was this, like, why are they barrels? I'm like, well, because
I'll just
like,
bring
why
this
did
on
I
screen.
draw? Yeah, it's like, so in the illustration, like the pumps themselves are made up of like linked barrels. Yeah. And it's like, why that? I'm like, it's like because in the old ASCII tile set, in the default tile set, a pump it used two linked green icons that were the same icons that were used for barrels.
That was something I did wonder, actually, why they were barrels, but it made sense, you know. And it's the diagram is so clear.
Because it's like power transfers from, so it's like you have the output, so the output half, the dark half is the side that water comes out of. It's also the side that power transfers through, but power can transfer to the back side. And so but the important thing is that the intake needs to be on solid ground, because the intake is the insubstantial half of the of the thing. So if the intake isn't on solid ground, water, well, the thing just collapses. You can't build it. But the solid side can be built over a channel. So
cool. Well,
also, originally in the original, which I've got here, I photoshopped it out after I scanned it, but there's a big arrow pointing off to the right that says like elves that way. So like the intended it is doing its, like, just in case, so nobody's wondering that I missed anything, like it is doing its intended purpose of drowning elves.
So we shall be coming back to pump stacks in a little while, but yes, I just wanted people to know that you were, because I didn't know this until I was talking to you only a few weeks ago, and I think it was somebody in your chat actually who told me, Dan's the person who drew the diagrams. And it was
I mean, and that was still like, what is that, like 2-3 years before I even started the YouTube channel.
So I thought it would be a good idea to start with the easier stuff, and talk about what we use pumps for. If I bring up a picture, or I'll bring up one of the other pictures, which is just a single pump. First of all, actually, let me just go downstairs in my fortress. So this here is a pump. That's what it looks like in the current graphics. We'll just zoom in on this a little bit. The side with the gears is the side that pumps from below, and it will pump to the back tile here. And I'll bring...
It's such a good sprite.
It is, isn't it?
Oh, I love that. It was one of the big things when it's like, okay, I got the Steam version, and it's like I want to see like everything, but like the thing that I was sitting there like agitating for, in no small part because of this like very specific history, was like, what do the pumps look like? Because I drew them as barrels, because I'm like, it's like I've got no idea what it's supposed to be, like an Archimedes screw, but it's like I've got no idea what this pump is supposed to look like, what this is being abstracted as. That's why I drew it as barrels, because it used barrel icons for some reason. I was like, what do the pumps look like? I love it. They look like, it looks really good.
Indeed. So the purpose of a pump is to move liquid from one level to another level. It'll only pump from the level below the level that the pump is stood on, and it pumps the water to the level that it's stood on. One of the blocks of the pump is impassable. The dwarfs can't walk through it, and the water or magma, the liquid, can't pass backwards through that solid block. But this block here is passable. And if we have a look at the diagram, the sprite, you can see that the wool here kind of indicates that this is the impassable side. Once the water's in this tile at the back there, it can't flow this way. Now, I will be building stuff to the side of this pump. That'll stop the water from flowing around the sides, but that'll be next week's stream. Today we're just going to be looking at how to build the actual pump stack. But yeah, pumps can be used for a multitude of reasons. Just to physically move liquid from one layer to another layer, just to move it up the Z layer. But you can also use a pump stack you can just use a single pump to clean water as well. So if you have stagnant water, which I can't show at the moment because everything on my surface is frozen, I'm in spring, but stagnant water or salty water, if you are next to an ocean or your only water source is stagnant water, as long as you are pumping the water into a tile that has never had stagnant water or never had salty water, then the water that comes out the other end of the pump will be clean. So that's one purpose. And yeah, another purpose is to just move huge quantities of liquid, because once a dwarf gets active with this pump, the quantities
they are many a player has been caught by surprise at just how powerful these are.
Yeah. Yeah, the first time you use a pump and you think, if I put a pump down there and get a dwarf to, because these can be manually operated by dwarfs, you can flood a fortress so quickly just by getting one dwarf on a pump. So they can be manually operated. They can also be powered. But yes, we'll be looking at how to power them next week. This week, we'll just look at how to build them.
The thought process of, well, I'll just build one pump next to the river and like pump a little bit of water into into this moat. What could go wrong?
Indeed, in New Ocean. All right, so let's look at what we need to build a pump, and I'll show you what I've got set up here. So pumps need to, as Dan said, you've got to have the passable bit. the bit with the gears have got to be on solid ground. And they need to be, so they either need to be anchored to the floor, they need some way to stabilize them, or you can hang them off things as well. So I've got above this pump, I've got the pump driving gear assembly, and the gear assembly is attached to an axle, and we have another gear assembly at the end. And while we chat, I'm going to go about building a pump stack. So some layers down, let's see, I've already hollowed out the areas where I'm going to be putting the pump stack. We go down past a bunch of caverns. And down, I haven't bothered digging the... I haven't bothered digging most of the gems out of the wall. I did get some sapphires and diamonds out. Whoops, there we go. And there's the magma sea. I don't want to break into that yet though, because the moment a pump switches on, yeah, we'll get magma everywhere. And so that's where we want to build the pumps down to. But I'm going to start at the top. Let's go up past those caverns. Okay, so the first one goes in here. We're going to build a machine, and we want to build a screw pump. Okay, and then we get to choose which direction we want the liquid to flow. And in this case, I want the liquid to flow. There's a hole just there. I want it to flow from that hole into this chamber. So I'm going to put my pump there. I'm going to use green glass blocks. They're very close by. And an enormous green glass corkscrew. A green glass tube. And we'll let the dwarfs build that one.
Good old green glass.
Yeah, indeed. So when you're building, there are a couple of things that you usually build pump stacks for. One is to move water across multiple layers, and one is to move magma across multiple layers. And yeah, if you're moving magma, you want to make sure that every component is fireproof, is magma proof, because otherwise you're going to have a bad time.
I'm trying to remember if they're the safe thing is just to make them all fireproof. I think it's one of the things where it's like the block and the corkscrew.
The corkscrew does have to be fireproof. I tested that inadvertently.
It's like one of the three you can get away with it not being fireproof. It's like, just don't play that game. Don't.
Indeed. I believe it's the
Don't shake
block.
hands with that danger. Just make them all fireproof. Is it the block? It might be the block that doesn't.
I think it's the block that doesn't need to be.
The fact that we're not confident about this is why you should just make them all
make everything out of fireproof. Yeah, indeed.
Gabbro's cheap.
Gabbro's not fireproof, is it?
Oh, is it? Oh, no, it's not. You're right. It was just the first box.
Oh no,
set.
it is.
There we go.
It is. Yeah, Gabbro
It
is fireproof. Yes. Oh, I know what I was thinking. Granite's not fireproof.
Granite's not.
Yeah, Gabbro is. Yeah. So you can find out of the stones which ones are magma safe by looking at under work details. Look at stone use, and you can see the magma safe stones under here. But for the corkscrew and for the for the tube, I'm pretty sure I've made them out of iron before, though.
I mean, iron
Is iron magma safe?
I'm pretty sure iron is magma safe.
I've definitely made them out of iron before when I was on an embark that didn't have any. Yeah, iron is magma
iron's
safe.
magma.
There we go.
Yeah, because I was just about to say this, like, because you use you use you use magma in a goblinite goblinite refinery to.
Yeah, and it leaves the magma behind. Okay, I might actually increase the number of mechanics I've got. I've only got 2 mechanics at the moment, so I'm going to allow a few more people to come and do some mechanicking.
Yeah, that's one of the other trip ups of building these is that it is a specialized construction task, so it can take a while.
Yeah.
If you've too tightly constrained your work roles, then you can sit there with all of this designated stuff that's just never getting built, and it's like, why? It's because it's a mechanic build order.
Indeed. So what I'm aiming to do here is to bring magma up to this top chamber. There's a lot of bricking in that I've got to do before the magma can flow. Obviously I've got to brick in the hole at the top of the stairs there, otherwise we're going to have bad times. But this is going to be...
yes. Need to?
So this is I'm going to fill this chamber with magma, and then above here I'm going to put in all my magma chambers. So I'm still a little bit below the rest of my fortress. The rest of my fortress is about another 10 layers up, but I was having difficulty with finding a place where I could break through the caverns, like my level 1 caverns, and trying to get a straight drop down to the magma sea.
Yeah.
And so because I was only a few layers down, I thought I'd just stop it between cavern layer 1 and cavern layer 2, because I could get a straight run down then. We'll probably have forgotten beasts growling around in the background while I build this.
You want to ramble about something Dwarf Fortress, but otherwise unrelated to
yeah,
pumpstacks?
Sure, yeah.
So one of the things that I realized in the Steam version, because I actually hadn't played much in a couple years, I, like many other people, had kind of this thought process of after the announcement, I was like, oh, okay, I'm gonna wait for the Steam version, because I don't want to burn out on Dwarf Fortress before the Steam version comes out. So it's so I'm just gonna hold off for a bit, because I tend to go in waves. I'll have a big burst of playing one game and then just kind of stop for a bit. And so we were just waiting and waiting and waiting. And then it took longer than I was kind of anticipating. So it finally came out, and I was but it was kind of perfect, because it's okay, I hadn't actually played it in a couple years. New big patch update, plus new tile set, plus plus new UI. It was just super great, relearning the game in a lot of ways and having those hazy memories that lead to very entertaining mistakes. And one of the things that I hadn't really processed, I remembered that in World Gen, I had a custom World Gen that only had 1 cavern layer.
Oh, really? Because you did a custom.
Yeah, I had built I had just put together a custom one that only had 1 cavern layer, just because I found that that all 3 was usually just a little too like not too much, but it was just it just gets a little bit too windy in order to piece together like all of the different sort of parts of the game that I like playing with. But in the Steam version, I hadn't remembered some of the smaller changes that I made. So it turns out that if all you do is reduce the cavern layers without reducing the world height, you end up with cavern layer 2 sandwiched between like 30 layers of just like solid rock, of just solid stone in between everything, which ironically makes it even harder to like find stuff, because it's like all right, I made it through the caverns. It's like, okay, magma sea somewhere around here eventually, you know, because you've just got this big indistinct block of just layer after layer of stone, rather than having like, you know, typically like cavern layer 3 is only separated from the magma by like 1 or 2 Z levels. And so like a lot of times you can get a really good sense of like the shape of the top of the magma sea just off of hot spots on the bottom of cavern layer 3. And it was just it was just me like building all of these like probe shafts just trying to find something. And it's like that when you're done, you've got like 7-8 probe shafts and you realize that it's like you missed things by this, like,
absolutely
just constantly like somehow getting lucky and digging straight down through rock until you hit semi-molten stone.
In fact, I've had exactly that thing go on here. When I was, let me find my staircase. So this is my staircase down from the upper layers. I was looking for the magma sea, and I came down to, let's see, I must have dug down until I hit molten rock there, I think. If I try to channel...
Yeah, there's all the probe shafts.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I hit molten rock, and so I thought, right, well, I don't want to channel through straight where my staircase is. So I thought, what I'll do, I'll go up and over a little bit, and I'll drop down. And then I dropped down, and it went straight past. And I was like, huh, okay. And then I found some more molten rock. And so then I was, digging up and across and around and all kinds of, is the magma here? Is the magma there? I'm hitting molten rock. Well, where's this magma sea?
It's like, look, I just want to open up. I just want to glimpse into the magma so I can immediately seal it.
Yeah, exactly. I just want to find it and then close it in so that I can choose my entry point.
I don't want to go there. I just want to know where it is.
Indeed.
Oh, you've got a Tower of Fun there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So that's what's been happening. I kept on hitting these. I'd open it up, like, okay, I hit molten rock, and so this is warm rock here. So then I went up above.
And it's like ominous obsidian wall. It's like, let's go find some other warmer.
Well, I thought I'll go over the top and I'll channel down. Thought it can't be that bad. Maybe I've just hit the wall at the top of the magma sea. So go over the top, channel down, and it tells me, yep, you've found the magma sea. And I've got this little 4x4 square. It doesn't go any further down. It's like, no, surely not. This is not the magma sea.
That's
And then I thought, well, no, it's not the magma sea. Whatever the game says, it's not the magma sea. And I thought, well, I'll go and have a look at one of the other bits of hot rock that I'd found. And so I'd hit molten rock here. Well, yeah, you can see where I started going, channeling. I'd hit molten rock here. So I thought, well, we'll go up above. Started digging along, hit molten rock here as well. So went up above, and channeled down, and sure enough found this little pocket here. So my around the edges of my magma sea, I've got all of these tiny little pockets that are completely separate. So I did eventually find the magma sea, but I kind of given up on finding the proper magma sea in that time, and just built some magma forges and things. So I think, oh yeah, and I did find a legendary metal, large, long, booming metal skirt.
Oh, cool.
Tucked away in one of these. And so many diamonds and things as well. But
oh, wow. 40,000 coin.
Yeah, it's a fairly valuable.
It's walled in so that none of these forge workers get any ideas.
Indeed, and nobody can wear it because it's large, it's human sized. But I didn't want it to get stolen either, so I thought, well, we'll just we'll secure it. We'll just wall it in.
Laxi asks, how do you seal it? Is it under pressure and spews out? So the magma sea is okay. Not technically. So if you come in at like the top, it's not going to just like backflow up through the hole that you dig in the floor.
Indeed.
However, if you dig through what you think is the top, but is actually a wall, it will flow sideways.
Yeah.
Out of that. And then there's some other hazards. Just with like there's some spooky stuff that you can find down there, but the main thing is that there's magma crabs that will spawn. They're just kind of a wild animal, but they're obnoxious and just hazardous enough that you should care about them.
Yeah.
Because they'll come in kind of randomly and assault your like smiths and a lot of civilian dwarfs who aren't really equipped to fight a crab made out of magma.
Yeah, they'll set things on fire, including your dwarfs.
Yeah.
So yeah, this is the actual magma sea here, and it tends to spread out once it across different levels. So you can think you're at the top of the magma sea, and then you find out that you're not.
Yeah.
This got lots of semi-molten rock there. That's microcline. I was just about to get excited then for a moment, but no, that's microcline. So,
Kestrel asks, so it's safe for a miner to stare mine into a magma pool from above. It's hard to shake my Minecraft sensibilities when I'm uncomfortable around warm rock. Be uncomfortable around warm rock in Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah. But you're okay to channel down from above. Oh, hang on, I've got somebody in a strange mood. I'll need to just make sure that it's a weaponsmith. Okay, they'll be coming down here. Meanwhile, let me just pop upstairs and see what's going on with the pump that I've asked them to build. I can get rid of that siege notification as well. Right, there's my pump stack. Let's scroll up to the top and see if they've got that pump built. Once we've got a couple of pumps in, it'll be a little easier to see what's going on, and we can talk about some of the reasons why it's laid out the way it is. Yes. Yeah. Okay, so they've got that one laid in. So the next pump down, there's a hole there. So I want to fill this chamber here with magma. So let's build a machine, a screw pump. I want to pump into that area there. Okay, green glass blocks, green glass corkscrew, green glass tube. There we go. So they can get on with that now. So the way I've got this set up, and there's a variety of different ways you can do it, but this this tile here, which is the solid block of the pump screw, of the pump, is they're all underneath one another. So and they're all hanging off this mechanism here. So it's a bit of a fragile system. I have to build the pumps one at a time because they're not actually stable the way they're sat like that. They're all hanging off the top mechanism, so I can't build from the bottom up and the top down at the same time the way that they're positioned like this. But it has an advantage, because if you build the pumps one at a time from the top down, then once they start pumping and they've filled each of the chambers, it will kind of teleport the magma straight from the bottom level right up to the top level. But only if you build it from the top down. So
I'm waiting for the question marks to start showing up in chat. I'm just like, wait, what? Why does that work the way that it does? Yeah, it's a thing. Like in the game, it's a efficiency, like, or like it's optimization code that basically tries to make the game run a little bit faster. That once an area is basically static, it stops trying to constantly update it. And so a way to kind of like machine a static environment is this: like you build the pump stack in the correct order, and then it processes their instructions top to bottom. And since it's processing top to bottom, it reaches the bottom and it just kind of like then goes back up to the top. Everything in between is static. And so it's really just, instead of behaving as like 5, 10, 15, 20 different pumping instructions, it ends up behaving as just like one giant pump. And stops updating the processes in the middle, because they're all, because it's this process of like, you've got a tile that's getting pumped out of, so that's going from like 7 depth to 6 depth, but then that's happening back and forth all the way up to the top. If you build it in the correct order, it's just all of the ones in between just stay at 7. Indeed. And so all it needs to worry about is the bottom tile and the top tile.
Yeah. So it's only, although the power calculation includes all of the pumps in the middle, and we'll talk about power, like the power calculations next week, but the actual movement of the liquid, it's only the bottom pump and the top pump that are doing anything. Unless you've got any leaks in the middle. Like if I forget to, if I was to forget one of these walls by this staircase, because that's, once I've built it, I do need to wall it in. I can actually start the walling process on this layer here. I'll get somebody working on that, because somebody else can be working on this. Well, because I've got to do it one brick at a time. I've had to lay this pump stack out in this particular fashion just because of the limited room I've got with the caverns. I've got 16 forgotten beasts. I don't know how many are still alive, but 16 forgotten beasts in the caverns. So I don't want to open them. So you can see how to build the pump, they actually need to stand on the tile that is passable. So I've had to cut out a bit of space here for them. Right, let's build the next one down. So this pump is going to pump from that hole there into this chamber. So now we need to fill this chamber. You can see this giant hole that goes down about 60 tiles deep, I think it is. Right, build a machine, screw pump. we want to pump that way. Okay. Put you there. Green glass box, glass corkscrew, glass tube. Then up here we can start walling this in.
The thing that's always kind of hazardous to me is just because it's this process of gradually of building like alternating things across like potentially dozens of layers. There's always that like losing track of which direction the next one is supposed to be facing, and then all of a sudden it's just like it collapsed.
So the way that I mark this out, I had to do this in advance because it took more than 4 hours to dig out this pump stack, just to do all of the digging work and the marking work as well. But I marked out the entire thing, both the left side and the right side, and then went around and like deleted the markings where I didn't need them. I found that to be the easiest way to do it.
Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, with the blueprint blueprint mode.
Yeah, go through blueprint mode. And then on all of the odd number elevations, I did one thing, and all the even number elevations, I did the other. And then I had everything. And I leave the channeling till last. I get the shape all carved out first.
Yeah.
And then channel it so that, like, you know, anywhere where I patched all of the walls and things, and then channeled out the hole, because this area is impassable now. They can't get there because of that hole. So yeah, there's a process to it. Mark it out, dig it out without channeling, then somewhere
then do the channeling, then go back in and floor over the channels and channel the other tile. Indeed.
There was a couple of places like here where there was emeralds in the wall, and I wanted to get the emeralds. Then I wanted to box it in behind me. So did all of that, prepared the rooms first, and then do the channelings. And I had, like, if you notice as we go up and down, this one hole here stays in the same place. And then the hole where we're going to pull because this is like the power transmission hole, the hole where it's going to pull the magma swaps side to side as we go up and down. So I marked the holes on both sides the whole way up and down, and then went through and deleted the ones that I didn't want. Again, that.
I think this top-down one, like the top-down method where you do have this much bigger variance, is a little bit like it's a little bit easier to keep track of where you're at, because you are able to just okay, this one tile is going to be the power channel straight down, and so you can mass designate that one, and then just go through and do the alternating ones a little bit faster. Whereas if you're doing the tighter stack, you need to remember that the pattern is alternating right over top of itself on every single layer. And
chat are asking why I'm doing such a big reservoir here, rather than just a one by one. If I was doing water, the reservoir that I'm pumping into, I'd just do a one by one. But with magma, there's a weird thing that I'm not fully... This is... someone has done the science on this. I'm not fully sure, but Dan, you might be.
It's the temperature calculations.
The temperature calculations, yeah.
So you end up with... this is what I was kind of rambling about earlier, is that... So if you've got a 3x3 room, Once it fills up, you've got 7 of 7 tiles all along the outside, and once those reach once those tiles and the wall tiles they're touching reach stability, it stops doing calculations on them. Whereas if you've got a 1 tile of magma that you're constantly sucking, like that the pump is constantly drawing out of, it's in constant flux between like 765, 765, 765, 765, 765, 765, and so it's recalculating its heat exchange with the adjacent walls, constantly.
Oh, there we go. We've got a gold crossbow. I'll sell that. Gold crossbow, thanks. I don't really use crossbows. Make a good hammer for somebody, I suppose. So yes, I'd been doing some research, and the 3x3 design had been investigated further, because they calculated that. So, and this is a pre-Steam version, and we know there's been further optimizations since, so I don't know if it's quite as impactful as it used to be, but in earlier versions of Classic, a large pump stack, a sort of 20 pumps plus, is going to eat, for magma, is going to eat about 50 FPS in those temperature calculations. But yeah, further science was done because the 3x3 chamber was what was recommended at first, and when that was discovered, people started to try out different designs.
Yeah, I realize you've got a 3x2 there.
Yeah, 3x2, it turns out, works just as well. It's just about getting the tile that you're pumping into and pumping out of, making sure that the tile that's being pumped above, so there's the hole there, just making sure that that's like well surrounded, so that you don't have all of those temperature calculations going on. So that's what we're aiming for here. Now this, because all I'm trying to do here is build a reservoir, at least at the moment, build a reservoir of magma for my forges and things. This is a machine shop magma filler. It should be that I just need to run the pump stacks long enough to fill my magma chamber, my reservoir, and then we should be done. We shouldn't need any
and
more.
Since you're using the hanging design, you can disassemble the whole thing in one fell stroke.
Yeah, that's very true. Yeah, I can even do it from afar by connecting a lever to the mechanism at the very top. Disconnect that mechanism at the very top, and the whole thing will collapse.
And that's a kind of a good point about that for anyone who's like, this is all kind of overwhelming. If you're building something like this for like essentially a single use purpose, it's like, okay, I just want to fill up a giant bucket full of magma so that I can build a glass forge over top of it. You don't need to worry like that much about the efficiency of it, about how like clean and tight the design is. Like it can be a little bit, like it can be squirrelier, it can be multiple stages, whatever. Because you're gonna run it, you're gonna fill your basin up, you're gonna fill your reservoir up, and then you're done, and you can just like shut it down, disassemble it. Like, it's a project that has a definitive conclusion, and you don't need to, if precision is driving you insane, then just don't worry about it.
Yeah,
just,
indeed.
Do it the sloppy way of getting something done still gets it done.
Absolutely. And for this one, because I'm using this fortress as part of the Kitfox series, I don't quite know what I might want to use this magma for. It might turn out sometime in the future we're talking about magma traps or something. So one thing that I am going to do is to get my miners to come and dig a little hole let's say there. I'm going to give myself a way to get more magma. And just seal it in, but make it so that we can safely connect to my magma reservoir, just in case I need to use it again in the future for some other more nefarious purpose. Because once you've got magma, once you've got magma under control, you never know what you might use it for. Now, when you're backfilling and you're blocking in, the walls themselves don't need to be magma proof. You can make these out of wooden logs. Yeah. That's fine. It's only the pump itself that needs to be magma proof. See, we've actually finished all of this floor. So on this floor, I can wall in the stairs.
Gailmare asks, is magma renewable or does it eventually run out? An infinite supply of magma flows in from the edges of the map in the magma sea.
Which is worth bearing in mind. You can't rely on magma running out if you're accidentally flooding your fortress. Because once we've powered this system, it can push magma upwards. It has the same kind of power behind it as a river on the surface, the way a river on the surface can flood your entire fortress and can enter through a channel, through a staircase. It can go deep down into your fortress and then go up a different staircase and flood a completely different area of your fortress. Magma can't normally do that, but when you're pumping, it behaves like water. Even diagonals have an effect on magma pumps, so it resets the pressure. But yeah, this magma will flood out once we've given it access to the magma. I'm sure this will dry up any minute now, says chat. Magma does evaporate, just like water.
Yeah. Which is very useful if you're disassembling a tower of fun. if you're disassembling a party tower, then being able to drain those little pockets is...
Yeah. Like, if I wanted to... Let's just go downstairs. If I wanted to get to all of these gems, I could go to the tile above there. It's underneath my magma smelter, so obviously I'd need to move my magma smelter. But I could go to the floor above and channel out that tile from the wall above. And these pockets of magma would spread out into this room. But they'd only be, by the time they've spread around here, I would block in the stairs though. It would only be one or two levels deep and it would just evaporate. And then I could come back in and get all these gems. Got some nice obsidian on the floor there. Right, let's go back upstairs and see how they're getting on with the pump stack. So is pump stack building something that you do fairly frequently, Dan? Is it something that's a feature of most of your fortresses?
Oh, I mean, traditionally, yes, because I mean, for the same reason that I had my, I built, like I put together that custom world gen that had just like a shorter world, a thinner world, is that I very fond of pumping magma up almost to the surface so that I could replace my forges with magma forges up near where everything else is. Though my last couple of forts, like my steam fort and the couple previous to that, I started playing around a lot more with like outpost sort of fortress design.
Ah.
So rather than like, I very much enjoy bringing magma from the magma sea all the way up to the surface so that I can have one big, like, giant multi-connected fort with like everything in one place. But I've been having a lot of fun with it's like, well, instead of doing that, just build like a whole fort down at
Deep
the magma
down.
sea.
Yeah.
Deep down, like, it's like all the way down to like mud some open some area, mud some caverns, have like farms all the way down there, have a neighborhood district, build some temples, build guild halls, taverns, everything that you would have up at the surface, like just duplicate it down there, and then put together burrows and confine your magma workers to the depths so that they can more efficiently churn out steel.
Sounds good. I'm tempted to start a. I mean, I'm terrible for not finishing fortresses. I'm tempted to start a fortress in a 1x1 embark. Especially because in a 1x1 embark, it's really challenging. But in a 1x1 embark, what we see on the screen, let's see if I zoom out about there, that's about it. In fact, I've got a diagram I can show you. I thought,
because this is a 4x4 embark.
Yeah, this one's a 4x4 embark, so there's plenty of area.
Yeah. Yeah, my standard tends to be like a 3. Like, I tend to go with a 3x3. Just because it's like, for me, it ends up being the compromise between like being able to cover, like being able to touch like a couple different biomes, get like some variety in like rock and mineral, like minerals and metals and whatnot, while like performance, which kind of one of the big things of Dwarf Fortress is just that like compromise between like scope and performance. So
yeah. This is a 1x1 embark here, and it's a design that I set up where, and I really fancy giving this another try. Where I have, so this is it. This is all you can see.
So just
on the
turn the
screen.
whole thing into into like 1x1 embark. Build a literal fort out of the whole thing.
Indeed. And what I do is I have spiraling tunnels, 4 entrances. Let me expand that. So so
it's like a helix design?
Yeah, a double helix. So I've got 4 entrances, north, south, east and west, and they spiral down underground, and they go all the way down to just above the magma sea, because you wouldn't want like fire snakes and magma crabs and things spawning there. And then it spirals up and the middle bit is your fortress. So the
actual, like,
you get ramps,
the actual path from the edge of the actual path from the edge of the map to the fortress is like
a
1,000 blocks long.
Indeed, because with the thing that's so challenging about a 1x1 embark is if you get raided, you find out about the raid when they're here. Yeah. So the idea of doing the spirals, like doing the helix, is that you get some notice because they've got to walk down these spirals. So yeah, I'm very tempted to do something like that, and of course with something like that, then I wouldn't need to consider. Like I'd be down at the magma sea. I'd be able to have all of my like working stuff going on down there.
Yeah. That would be fun. Oh, that's yeah, you're using the you don't have the lateral space, so you're using the vertical to create distance. But then every tunnel you dig as part of like the entryway eats into the floor plan for your actual like base in the core of it.
Indeed.
So you need to be very like economic with that footprint as well. You would just end up with like a very, very vertical base. That'd be really cool.
Indeed. Yeah. I'm really so I've done it before, but it was in I think it was not long after version 47 came out. So, you know, pre-Steam. A couple of years ago. I think it was not long after like DF Hack and Dwarf Therapist were back up and running again. And I was like, I've got to do a tiny tower. I want to carve a tower out of the ground. And I've kind of do things like that now, like with this particular fortress. Does have a bit of a tower design going on. So in this world that I'm living in, I'm actually in a calm surroundings, but I've got 32 necromancer towers in the neighborhood. Oh. So it doesn't really matter how calm my surroundings are. I knew that this was going to be a dangerous area, so I wanted to get something quickly that would be safe.
Yeah.
And so what I did was, of course, dwarves can dig a lot faster than they can build. So I dug myself a moat with an overhang. So you can see there how the layer above is wider than the layer below.
Yeah.
And then just make sure that that's at least 2 tiles high. And this is the bottom. So it's not a moat, it's a trench. But this middle bit is, of course, the tower.
I don't see why you're so worried. You just have lots of unicorns. Sure, they would be bloodthirsty undead unicorns, but they would still be unicorns.
It's mostly undead goblins and undead humans and dwarves that I've been sieged by. Very, very frequently as well. Right, let's go back down to my pump stack. Oh, just thought. That's right. In my last episode, I did get them filling some pits here. I should probably stop them doing that now. We were bringing water and to wet out some underground farms. Yeah, and I completely forgot that we were doing that. Right, down to the pump stacks. It's somewhere just below here. It's cavern level 2. Yeah, about elevation 14 or so. Yeah, here we go. Right, zoom in a bit so we can see what the dwarves are up to. Okay, that one's all walled in and perfectly safe now. That one is. We're still working on this one. So it takes a long time to build a large stack from the top. But it's an achievement when you do it.
Mm-hmm.
It's great when you switch it on and see it running. Oops.
So one of my favorite details about the game is that when creatures fall,
yeah,
it treats them like it treats the creature as a static inertial frame. The creature is static, and whatever it lands on is not treated as the creature landing on it. It's treated as the thing landing on the creature.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So like if you live in Dwarf Fortress and you fall off of a roof, you don't move, the earth rushes up to meet you in a very literal mathematical sense. But so what this means is that if you build like floor tiles out of lead, and you trick goblins into jumping off some higher point onto said lead floor, it treats it as though you had dropped an entire lead floor on the goblin.
That I didn't know. See, on this side, we've got the hole there, the chamber here, so we want to pump in that direction. Chat says, that's how it works in real life. They just don't want you to know this. So, yeah. So if your floor is paved in platinum, you get a nice explosion. That's interesting. So does that mean that if somebody falls down a deep hole, it depends on what the surface is made out of?
The material of the surface they land on, yeah.
I didn't know that. Oh, we've got an elven diplomat arrive. Are we getting a caravan? I thought maybe we'd missed the caravan this year. Does muddy and cavern rock soften it? I have no idea. What is Dwarf Therapist? Dwarf Therapist is a third-party utility tool that, prior to Steam, was very, very useful in managing your labours. In the Steam version, it's so much easier to manage your labours. It's not quite as impactful as it used to be, I don't think. But still useful.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for them to... there's still a lot of development work going on at the moment. Just waiting for all of the development work to finish, and I shall be uploading it myself. Won't be available on the Steam Workshop, unfortunately, because of the way that it works. It'll be something that you have to install yourself, which is something that...
It is.
Yeah.
It is very literally like a save editor.
Yeah.
In its function. Like Steam will see it as a cheat program, because it is very it is structurally identical to how cheat programs tend to work. It's just, not super relevant for dwarf.
Yeah. There's no such thing as a cheat in Dwarf Fortress.
Yeah.
Oh, we can get another block in there.
I have on more than one occasion, at least two debatable, depending on how you qualify one of them, 3 times in the past decade, bricked an operating system install specifically because of Dwarf Therapist.
But how have you done that?
Okay, so for years and years and years, I was running a Hackintosh.
Right.
So like I was installing Mac OS on just like regular PC parts. And the complication about that is that you end up with like a very kind of finicky upgrade process to go from like major OS upgrade to major OS upgrade. And on 2, debatably 3 occasions in the past decade, I got back into Dwarf Fortress, after it's like after a couple days, it's like, all right, I need Dwarf Therapist back. Dwarf Therapist has also been updated, and the Mac version, like they do publish a Mac version. God bless the developers of it for that. but it's a lower priority, and they don't so they really only have it support kind of the most recent Mac OS version, just for just because they gotta draw a line somewhere. They can't provide infinite support.
I'm sure they don't do a Windows XP version of it either.
Yeah. So and so it's like, all right, it's because my rig is because my computer is primarily like an editing machine. Stability is my priority over up to dateness.
Yeah.
So once the machine is stable, I do very few updates on it until I'm between projects, just in case. You never know whether it's going to be something with the OS that's going to go haywire, or whether it's going to be something with some other program that I use. I'm going to learn that a plugin that I use is just suddenly not supported anymore, and that's going to cause me all kinds of headaches. And so, Dwarf Therapist, however, it's so tantalizing. It's a siren. I am a thirsty sailor, and it is a siren that just calls to me and says, "Hey, you should do a really ill-advised OS update and not take time to think through it."
And that you sound like someone who that's happened to quite recently.
No, it's been a while. Until this time actually I did, but this time it was my Windows install that got borked, and that was the funny thing about that is that everything Dwarf Fortress related was running fine. It was a it was a stream overlay that I had built for World of Warcraft, a Dragon Rave graphic that stream was they really wanted me to be able to use it while I was playing Dwarf Fortress, and so I tried to install a thing that would let me just rather than taking the 10 minutes that it would take to find a USB stick, log into Mac OS, copy the files onto the USB stick, relaunch my computer, and just copy them onto my Windows install. I was like, no, I'm gonna just install Paragon, and I'm not gonna think through it. And Paragon then wound up causing a fatal bootload problem with my Mac, with my Windows install, and so Windows is currently trapped in an auto repair black screen death loop.
God. Yeah, because I was hoping, you've got a nice fortress that we were hoping to be able to do a tour of.
It has a nice fortress. I have a half disassembled clown tower, and it was, oh man, I was in the process of putting together a draconian carceral system. I was going to actually
a draconian what?
Carceral system. I was actually putting together a justice system. I was going to assign a hammerer specifically because in disassembling the clown tower, I had found oh man, what was it called? It was a twisted metal mace. And so it's extremely valuable, almost certainly haunted, but weighs nothing.
Wow.
Its weight was 0.1.
So it wouldn't do any damage as a mace.
It wouldn't do any damage, no. So I could have a hammerer actually go meting out punishment.
Going around going
around hammering people with a wiffle bat.
You've been a bad boy.
And the beautiful part of that is that the nobles would in fact be satisfied that justice had been served.
That's fabulous. The Baron says you must be punished. Boing.
Yeah, exactly. But and then because even though hammerers tend to be like, they tend to develop sadistic character traits.
Mm-hmm.
They get a dopamine rush whenever they like hurt someone.
Yeah.
They wouldn't be getting that because they wouldn't actually be hurting anyone, but they would be constantly carrying around this like absurdly valuable object, and so like, yeah.
Oh, only in Dwarf Fortress.
Can you do that with training weapons? Yes, but so the thing is that wood is less dangerous if you assign your hammer a wooden training hammer. They will kill fewer dwarves, but non-zero, because wood is still a pretty effective club.
Yeah, the
training hammers. Oh, did I have training hammers modded in?
Maybe, because I did try some time ago giving training weapons to a hammerer, and I couldn't. But I wasn't sure whether that was just...
I don't remember anymore.
Yeah. It might have been like, I wasn't sure whether it was just that the civilization I belonged to didn't have training weapons. Like, training weapons weren't a thing. That was always possible.
Yeah, crossbows can be used. I mean, the main way of doing it historically on a stock install is to use adamantine, because it is also extremely light and low density and makes very poor hammers, but is extremely valuable. So the hammer is like, oh, I'm carrying around this absurdly valuable weapon. I'm pretty happy with that. But then they do the absolute minimum damage.
Yeah, I tend not to get my justice system up and running until I've built a whole load of prisons. I had a situation a couple of years ago where I'd been very, very careful. I had this mare that had been in power for must have been 2 or 3 years. I'd had the same mare in power, and that mare didn't like. Kept on putting an export ban on something like bracelets, and so I've been very, very careful not to sell any bracelets. And a trader had come in, and on that particular world, I was selling all my old clothes. My old clothes were my main trade good, and I sold a shed load of clothes. And then, of course, the trader packs up. The trader announces that they're about to leave. They just start to leave the trade depot when I get an announcement that I've got a new mare. I can't remember what happened to the old one. Why there was a new mare? Did he get killed? I forget now. The new mare put an immediate export ban on trousers. Now, I'd sold so many pairs of trousers.
Hundreds.
Yeah. There was 20... I had 20 prison cells. And that was not enough to accommodate all of the dwarfs who had carried a pair of trousers to the trade depot. And I think about 5 dwarfs got killed by the captain of the guard.
Yeah.
And my sheriff. I hadn't appointed a hammerer, so the captain of the guard took on the duty. And yeah, they just battered those poor dwarfs. Some of them survived, but about 5 of them died. The rest of them got thrown in prison. Yeah, the Great Trouser Massacre, indeed.
Yeah, so it turns out that Okay, so one of the things that I want to adjust on the wiki, like if I could that I might go in and rewrite,
Mm-hmm.
is on the justice system. And one of the things about it, one of the quirks about it, is that if a punishment is not available,
Mm.
then the sentence gets like downgraded to like air quote a lesser punishment. But the thing is that it doesn't go down one step. It just goes. So there are 3 steps of the dwarven justice system. The lowest sentence is is a beating at the hands of the fortress guard, which is just you just get your teeth kicked in by the captain of the guard and his
Quite literally at times, yeah.
And often very literally. Second, the second severity, next step up is a prison sentence of some kind, and then above that is a hammering. And a hammering is not strictly an execution, but is de facto an execution.
Yeah.
So it is de facto capital punishment. The issue here is that, so you might think that you can game this and be like, okay, well, I don't want to like lose valuable dwarves just because they like stole something that was like particularly valuable. So I won't assign a hammerer, and then they'll just get a jail sentence because it'll get downgraded, right? No, it doesn't get downgraded one step. It just gets downgraded to a beating. If you don't have a hammerer and you don't have prison sentences, just all
Everyone gets
punishment
beaten.
gets downgraded to a beating. Just beating. Everyone gets a beating.
Yeah, rough justice.
So there's no way to game things into being like, how about just prison sentences for everyone? It's like, nope, no. If you earned a prison sentence, you get a prison sentence. If you didn't earn a prison sentence, you get a beating.
Yeah.
So it ends up, yeah. And so the funny thing about it is that the beating is basically just like, it's so unstructured. It's just go pick a fight.
Yeah.
Whereas like a hammering is structured. It's like you get like X lashes, right? Which, depending on the weapon the hammerer has, may or may not be survivable. If it's 20 hammerings,
and they're walking around with a silver hammer.
And they're so walking around with this, it's like good luck. But since a beating at the hand of the captain of the guard is left to the discretion of the dwarf in the position, it's just going and picking a fight, and so the outcome is just extremely random in terms of what the results of that punishment will be.
Turtle says, it does make me glad to not inhabit a dwarf fortress. Indeed. Can you give the hammerer a light wooden crossbow?
Yes.
Probably the best thing to give them. If you don't...
It's the cheapest.
Yeah. If you don't have access to a particularly lightweight material.
Like if you've got featherwood, a featherwood crossbow would probably be competitive even with like adamantine or twisted metal. Not in terms of value, but definitely in terms of like weight. Like that's going to get down to like 0.1.
Indeed. Well, the pump stack is coming along, so let's see what... This is going to pump into this chamber. Then above that chamber we have a hole. This pump will pump from that hole into this chamber. Above this chamber's a hole. From that hole, this pump will pump into this chamber. And through the hole, pump into that chamber. And so on and so forth, going up. Right, this side area here, what I'm going to do here is build a bridge. I would like you to close towards the magma chamber. I'll make you too long so I can see for sure when you're closed. We'll use chirp blocks. And I'm going to want a lever. I'm going to want a lever that's outside of the room. Okay, put you there. A kaolinite mechanism will do just fine. Okay, this one's almost built. Let's get the next one in below. And you want to pump in that direction. Excuse me.
So how did you first get into Dwarf Fortress?
I had a period in my life. It was a terrible, terrible time where I didn't have a computer I could play games on. It was terrible. It was so bad that I was playing Farmville on my phone.
Yeah.
It was a point in time when I didn't have much cash to spare, and my previous I was going to say gaming PC, but it was like a really cheap one. Just a cheap shop bought, sort of the kind of thing you might have in an office. It was all I could afford, and I'd burnt that thing out so bad. I was playing Rome Total War on it obsessively, and what I used to have to do, I had these ceramic wall tiles from a bathroom, and I had 6 of them, and 3 of them fit inside the case on the bottom of the computer perfectly. So I took both sides of the computer case off, and I had these ceramic tiles, and I'd keep 3 of them in the freezer and 3 of them on the base of the computer inside the case, and I would swap them over every half hour.
Wow.
And that kept the computer running for a good while longer, but eventually it cooked itself. It just burnt everything. It wasn't even just a case of I need a new power supply. It was like everything was so badly worn out. That's such a Dwarf Fortress solution, says chat. Now, I hadn't heard of Dwarf Fortress at this time. This is 2008 when I burnt out that computer. And I knew it was going to be a few years before I could, because there were certain costs going on in my life, and I knew it was going to be a while before I could afford. And I had a really old laptop that couldn't play anything. Yeah, and I was just... Anyway, that's when I discovered Let's Plays on YouTube. And so I was playing games and streams as well. It was just in TV back then. And I was playing vicariously by watching other people play. Discovered Let's Plays and streams and things. And it was helping to control my craving for gaming, because it's something I've done my whole life. And to suddenly be devoid of like my life's sort of the thing that my life's always
recreation.
Yeah. my life's obsession might be a better description. And yeah, being devoid of gaming was hard. So I'd got into watching various things, and that I don't think I'd actually come across proper colony managers until watching people play games on YouTube. So I discovered various sort of, you know how it is with, you go down a rabbit hole with YouTube. I'm into gaming, then I've watched people playing games and started getting into watching particular people rather than particular games, and they'd introduced me to new games, and I was like, oh, when I get a computer, I'm going to play that one, I'm going to play this one, I'm going to play the other one. And there were so many games people were talking about that they'd introduce a new game, and they would say that it was one of the inspirations for the game was Dwarf Fortress. And the Dwarf Fortress name kept on popping up here and there all the time. And I was thinking to myself, like, one day when I'm looking for something to watch on YouTube and there's nothing that I fancy, I'm going to look up Dwarf Fortress and see what this is all about, because I'd never heard of it. And it was obviously something that was culturally impactful in a community that, you know, in a sphere, a world that I felt very involved in. So that day came where it's like, there's nothing I want to watch. All the people I follow, nobody's put out anything I fancy. That Dwarf Fortress game. Let's do a search and see if I can find anything about that. So did a search, and I found that Avak was currently doing a playthrough, and Avak was a YouTuber that I watched anyway, and I was like, oh, I know Avak. I watched him play some other thing. Let's have a look at this game he's playing. And that was about 2012, 2013. And I watched him playing, like, within 1 or 2 episodes, I was like, oh my God, this game. I have to play this game. This is amazing. I've got to play this game. This is incredible. And I'm watching Avak playing, and something that I realized fairly early on was that, especially back then, because this is pre the 2014 update, when things started to become a little bit more methodical, a little more understandable. I'm not sure. I think it became a little easier to comprehend in 2014. And so, yeah, I started watching various people playing Dwarf Fortress and realised that this is a game with many, many moving parts. And it was a game that since I couldn't play it because I didn't have anything I could play it on, I could go and start learning how to play. And I tripped across Daztastic's tutorials, and he had a series of tutorials. There was 80 episodes in his tutorial series, and I watched every single one of them. And it's like, oh, I'm so gonna. And by the time I actually got a computer, which was in 2014, I was so well trained on Dwarf Fortress. I'd watched everything I could. I'd watched through so many different tutorials. Nucreum, who we had on Saturday, I'd watched. Nuke had done tutorials. I've been watching Nuke play. Like I say, I've watched all of Daz's series. I'd watched so much about Dwarf Fortress, and so then when I got a computer, it was the second game I played. The first game was actually Space Engineers, because nice. At the time that was my obsession, was Space Engineers. Dwarf Fortress was the second game that I played on it, and within a couple of weeks of getting the computer was when I started streaming. Now, Dwarf Fortress is the only game I think that in those years when after I started streaming, I think Dwarf Fortress is the only game that I played a lot of and didn't stream, because I thought I knew.
It was kind of a pain to stream.
Well, I thought that I knew how to play Dwarf Fortress with all the hours and hours of content that I'd watched. And then when I started playing it, it was like, I'm an hour into my first game and I still can't work out why they haven't dug that staircase. Yeah, and it's like, why won't you build the staircase? I thought it's like I knew stairs were complicated. They were back then. Like, that's been simplified a lot with Steam. But it's like, why won't you dig the staircase? Dig the staircase. We're an hour in. It's coming up to the end of spring. We're going to get eaten by the giant dingoes. And it turned out somehow I'd accidentally put it into blueprint mode. And that moment where I was like, why is it blue? Why are these stairs blue? Why is the one on the top blue and all the ones on the bottom are brown? I was using the Phoebus tile set.
Yeah. Oh, there's so many small changes in the in the Steam version that I was like, for years now it's been like, okay, like just little systems that needed to be unified. It's like, okay, like maybe construction and digging should behave similarly.
Yeah.
maybe farms should not be their own unique type of thing.
yeah, controlled through a completely different set of keys compared to everything. And you could almost date which feature had been introduced at what stage based on which type of keystrokes
how you physically
used.
put it down.
Yeah.
I think one of my favorite one of my favorite Dwarf Fortress development moments was when bees were first introduced.
Oh yeah.
Both because, like, one, honey and wax and all of that, and two, because there was a 1 coin floor on the value of a thing. 1 coin is the smallest of value that a thing can have, and for whatever reason it was decided that a beehive has the component value of the sum of the bees in it, but an individual bee can't have a value lower than one coin. So an individual hive, so beehives were just like artifact value items from the start of the but you would end up with two things with this. One is that if you had bees on your map, you would blow past the 10,000 coin wealth threshold for invasion extremely quickly. And two, if you knew that that's what was going on with the bees, you could just make this was also around the time where they were like, it's like, hey, maybe sitting and making stone crafts should not be so overwhelmingly valuable, and instead it's like sitting and making bone crafts. So bees being just like beehives being absurdly valuable because the value of a bee couldn't go below 1 coin is my second most favorite thing behind it was a bug. It was an early 0.14 bug.
Yeah.
So where Tarn had just put in like the body part system.
Oh yeah.
And as part of the body part system is that it's like things are made of organs and tissues. And fat, and fat has a boiling point. And so people, you got these threads on the forums. I think the first one that I saw was, why are all the cats on my fort exploding when they go outside? Because if you lived in any kind of temperate location, it would be, it's like, okay, like it's like 32 degrees Celsius outside. Well, the like melting / boiling point of fat is like
Oh my word.
30 degrees. Because like animals' body fat was not being insulated by their skin. And so things that would go outside, if it would get particularly hot, all of the fat in their body would boil and they would explode.
Oh my god, I didn't know about that. I'd heard of cat explosions, of course, but I only knew of cat explosions from like back when there was no breeding cap and they could reproduce by spore. I didn't realise that. Yeah, cat bombs. I didn't realise.
Yeah.
That there was this different type of cat explosion.
The threads were just like eye-wateringly funny.
Yeah.
It's just like a bunch of like, you know, because it was just like, you know, for like a week or two until it was patched, it was just like thread after thread after thread of people discovering it all on their own when they're like, you know, like it had been happening but like they hadn't noticed, or it was like or just the temperature of where they had embarked, it didn't actually get hot enough until like, you know, late summer. And then it's like, hey, a caravan just arrived. I got the notification, and then I looked over and all there is just a pile of gore and a burning wagon. What happened here?
Oh dear. Yeah, horrifying and fascinating, says Chet. Yeah, cats have been at the centre of some of the funniest bugs. And I presume that dwarfs also, that would be a problem for, would it?
Yeah, if they spent too much time outside, so you'd get threads about like, hey, my woodcutter just exploded. How and why? But because dwarves, you know, since most players, experienced players, or even just intermediate players, like, you know, it's like you embark, you immediately dig down. Also, you embark in spring, so unless you embark somewhere like hot, by the time it would actually get hot enough outside. Few enough of your dwarves are spending like any time on the surface, and so it would typically be like visitors or your animals that would like wander out and explode, and so that's how most people were discovering it that way, unless they embarked in a desert, in which case like the entire embark caravan would just instantly
Yeah, we did an episode a couple of weeks ago, I think it was. Chat will correct me if I'm wrong. Where we talked about. It was on the beginners sessions on the Saturday. We were talking about how to choose an embark environment. One of the things I was saying is that it's easier to set up somewhere that's hot than it is to set up somewhere that's cold, because the dwarves don't care about temperature unless it gets up to magma temperatures. But in a cold place, you're going to get water freezing for more of the year, but they really don't mind the heat. That's
it's also
that
just
kind of
and it's just generally easier to hide underground.
The thermonuclear cat explosion.
It was in terms of embark locations, I've grown particularly fond of tropical.
Really?
Because of all the fruit trees. You know, you get this, like, you can cultivate an orchard of orange trees. And now this is the thing, this is like the least instrumental gameplay you can have, because having a fruit picking zone is such a monumental waste of labor. It's so slow, and so many dwarves go and do it that it's like, if you are trying to optimize labor in your fort, it is the worst decision. But having the entire fort all just like collectively put everything else on hold for 2 weeks to go gather the fruit harvest, I just like, yeah, like that's that, you know, I'm here for that. I'm here for that from like a game storytelling
Yeah.
perspective.
What have we got there? Ah, that's Forgotten Beast silk. What's
I had a oh man, I had a web shooter Forgotten Beast that I was building. I was building the trap for it, and then another Forgotten Beast showed up and just like ripped it in half. I was like,
Yeah.
I should have been faster on that one.
I've got a Forgotten Beast there that's made out of fire agate. I'm just wondering, like, if I could get that into the fortress, how much would... I mean, could we actually... Is that like a... Would that be treated as a gem? Could I carve those gems?
Mangled fire agate. I don't know.
And there's neck fire agate as well.
Yeah.
It would be a ridiculously stupid thing to do. Because...
I mean, it's right next to that wall there.
Yeah, I know.
You could just do a smash and grab.
I said there's like 16 Forgotten Beasts down here, though.
You gotta, it's like, you've got all of the stockpiles, like, right behind the wall. You dig it out, everybody moves, and then you designate the replacement wall, like, before, before they've even started picking stuff up, and you just smash and grab, and hopefully you can do it before
the next
everybody
thing
runs out to go grab silk or something.
Yeah, this is... if ever I'm about to open a cavern, I always turn off the auto-collecting silk. There's a fun box there. Yeah, obsidian cavern floor. There's a surprise in a box there.
You got a little treasure box there.
Indeed.
Wait, does it have a... Oh, that's the ceiling of it.
Yeah, that's the... So there's the ceiling there. Something in a 1x1 tile there. Probably demonic. Let's see. I should not get distracted by that sort of thing when I'm building a pump stack.
What has ever gone... Is it even possible to dig either A, too deep, or B, too greedily?
It's a clown car, indeed. You can collapse a block of rock into the thing to check for bad things, indeed.
I've had really good luck just by like channeling in from the top, because only so far of the things that I found inside of them, only about a quarter of them have been able to fly.
Mm-hmm.
And if you can identify what the middle square is going to be, which is easy on the little ones, like on the little 3x3 ones, because you know there's a very clear center, then there's a good chance that whatever's down there won't actually be able to get out, and a shocking number of them evaporate when exposed to air.
Oh wow. And of course it could be treasure.
Yeah.
I mean, there are safe-ish ways to open up a dangerous cavern like this one. If I wanted to take somebody down there, what I would do is come off this staircase. Where do we see it? It's there. Yeah, I would come... Mind you, I don't know where this is. You know, we can use the farm plot trick. Dwarven sonar. Let's see if I can... It won't tell me where the air gaps are, but it should tell me where the floor is. I just need to find a location where I can... No, it's got... Managed to get one down there. See if if we can pick it up. Oh, you have to do it from the surface. Can I not do it from somewhere like here?
I think you need to start from a legal, like from a legal tile.
Yeah, I'm not getting... I'm not getting a show. So that wouldn't be a legal tile. Oh, no, it is. Yeah, I'm getting the dwarven... I thought maybe they weren't able to show it to me because I was asking them to build a farm plot where they couldn't actually get to. Is there anything over here? I've got these like this hugely deep area here. I mean, I am getting blocked. Or if we go down? Maybe I think it might just be solid around here, yeah.
Yeah.
It's looking like it might be.
Like, I think that's just a little like wedge gap in the ceiling.
There's something over here. Do you see how it says needs soil or mud at location?
Yeah.
So we're in an airspace or possibly water or treetops or something around here. Oh, it does look kind of solid around here. So the safest way to break into the cavern would be to staircase down and put a hatch cover. That way a forgotten beast wouldn't be able to come up the stairs. Nothing would be able to chase a dwarf up the stairs. And if that is solid around there, that's not too bad. Wouldn't be too much of an issue to just pop out there and grab that forgotten beast corpse.
Yeah, you do a P trap, like plumbing.
Yeah. Yes, hatch covers are still perfect defenses from anything trying to come up through them.
Yeah, things can't. Things can't interact directly with things that aren't on their Z level.
Yeah.
So they can fire projectiles at things that are on other levels, but they can't interact with things that are above or below them. And punching something directly is, well, I mean, I guess it's even that's kind of like weird, because like they can attack things that are adjacent via Z-level diagonals. Like they can attack down a set of stairs or up a set of stairs.
Yeah.
But they can't like throw a lever or open a door, or in the relevant case, use their building destroyer special ability on hatches that are above them.
So there's certainly potential there to go and have a bit of an adventure. I should keep on building the pump stack though. Okay, we want to pump in that direction there. Oops, hang on. No, don't use closest material. Let me choose the material for this one. One pump stack made out of the wrong thing could be kind of disastrous.
If something is hot enough, can't it melt the hatch cover? Temperature doesn't transfer up down.
The dwarfs can sense if there's a temperature, if there's a heat source below.
Yeah.
But other than that, it wouldn't catch fire.
Yeah, and that's basically like hard coded into map generate. Well, I guess it's not, because like you can fill a tile with magma and it'll change the heat designation of the layer above it. Yeah, that's not even detecting heat, it's detecting magma. It's like if the tile above or below is 4 of 7 or greater with magma, then it flags it as a hot tile.
Haunted Putty.
I might be wrong on that number. Don't quote me on that number. Sure.
Haunted Putty says, have you ever been tempted to make mods?
I've never been tempted to make like a published mod, but I've done like kind of the lightest form of modding, which is just going into the like game values and like changing things.
Yeah. Fun with the raws.
Yeah.
Yeah, if a dragon breathes fire on a hatch, it's going to melt. Only if the hatch is on the floor. It can't breathe fire upwards. So it couldn't melt a hatch cover above its head. Yeah, maybe we'll have a little foray out there.
My first Steam version fortress wound up accidentally creating a legendary alligator.
A legendary alligator?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
I fed it a few too many fisher dwarfs.
Oh dear.
I had this. Oh man, I had a pretty decent fort going, or like I had the decent like start of a fort, but I had this like these wacky ideas about like, actually, I mean, I came to your chat. I was like, yeah, I keep building these forts like right next to or like behind waterfalls, and so I had all of these bridges like crossing over the ravine, like crossing back and forth over the ravine, and I had my like fishing spot set up like right above the actual lower river. And then something else went wrong with the fort, and I don't remember. Oh no, right. I got invaded by a single elf who spent like years just kind of like lurking around the edge of the map, but then a necromancer showed up, and I sent out my military to attack him, and they did a very good job. They killed him. They killed most of the zombies, and but it was like I was down to one axe dwarf left against like a few remaining zombies. It wouldn't have been difficult, but he was getting tired, and then this elf like just finally decides to like take action and comes out and backstabs my my last remain.
Oh no!
And the fort was also having problems because I had gotten the bug where if you don't build your trade depot soon enough, like if you don't build your trade depot before the first caravan arrives, then that caravan like won't leave.
Oh.
Yeah, they'll pack up, but they'll just like hang around forever. And if if they don't leave, no one knows that your settlement is there. News doesn't get out. And so after the hard-coded migrant waves, the two hard-coded migrant waves, no one else shows up. So I had 13 dwarves, and that was like just kind of slowly being whittled down by like accidents and fights and like, you know, just things happening.
Yeah.
So I kept trying. So I'm like, okay, fine. I'll just abandon and re-embark with, oh right, and then a blind cave ogre. Anyway, I was like, I'll just abandon, re-embark with like a sword squad and like 5 swordsmen, a fisher dwarf and a craftsman, and we'll reclaim it. It'll be fine. And they showed up. They made quick work of the ogre. They like cleaned out all the stuff. They get going, and then all of a sudden it's like fisher dwarf has been missing for a week. Like,
oh dear!
What? Where the heck? You know, so and so has been missing for a week. What the heck is going on? Like, you know, swords dwarves being missing for a week. I'm like, what is happening? And yeah, it was an alligator that was hiding under the bridge. It was just pulling dwarves off.
Oh my!
And I'm like, and by the time that I realized, I'm like, okay, fine. So I posted at this point like 2 remaining dwarves, because, you know, like fresh embark, like a couple get picked off, you're basically down to nothing.
Yeah.
Go into the, like, you know, I embark. I'm like, you know, I send them down to attack it, and the first one gets pulled off, and then the second one slips and drowns.
Oh no!
I'm like, okay, well, I'll just try that. Like, it's the same problem as the blind cave ogre. I just need to know that it's there. So I abandon. New forgotten
beast, indeed.
Yeah, poisonous bite. But needless to, like, long story short, 2 more embarks later, this alligator has just a frightening number of dwarf kills by pulling them into the water and drowning them. And at that point I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna call a mulligan on this one. The alligators can have this site. Once the alligator living under your bridge has a name, you know, just wash your hands of that.
This is a gigantic one-eyed nightjar. It has large mandibles and it squirms and fidgets. Its bronze feathers are long and narrow. Beware its poisonous bite. So it's a bronze. I presume it flies. I mean, it's a nightjar.
So a nightjar is a bird.
Yeah. Oh, we're gonna get a beast fight.
Oh man. Like it's a tiny hawk?
It's Sitsu. Sitsu's a bit well known in my fortress. Sitsu has fought so many forgotten beasts. Sitsu is strong and tough and agile. and getting more and more skilled as time goes on. Let's have a look at Sitsu. So Sitsu is an enormous one-eyed rabbit. It has large mandibles and it has a gaunt appearance. Its teal hair is long and wavy. Beware its deadly blood.
Oh god, deadly blood too.
It's unbelievably
it's not quite
strong.
dust, but
It's unbelievably strong, incredibly tough, very rarely sick, very agile and slow to tire. But its paws are in a bad way by now. But look at the scars on this thing.
oh god.
So many scars, and it's been in so many Forgotten Beast fights.
What's its kill list looking like at this point?
Oh, good point. Kill list is under military, isn't it?
Yeah.
Kills. 5 notable kills. And 731 others.
God. Oh.
So it's killed Anxu and Uthimi, Echo Shaft, Rexus, Slospka. Oh yeah, I do remember the Shaft of Punches. I think we've seen all of these Forgotten Beasts. And yeah, these are all kills in. Oh, yeah, a gremlin.
I'm looking at those. Like a bunch of those are like kind of meaningless, like 42 bug bats. But a bunch of those are also like 8 reachers, 18 giant cave toads, 2 trolls, cave crocodiles, blind cave ogres, giant cave spiders. Like things that.
Things that are a challenge.
Like, very much like non-trivial, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. The fact that it's killed a gremlin, that means I've got gremlins in my fortress, which is always a bit of a worry when you've got as many levers as I have.
Yeah.
Huh, interesting. Right, well, so that's Sitsu. Let's have a look at Sama here. Do you have any kills? No kills. Okay, I think I'm my.
All right, I know where I'm putting my money.
Yeah, I would.
If the payout's gonna be, it's like all right. I'm giving you 1 to 1.2 odds on this one because I feel like we know who's coming out the other side of this.
I think we'll follow Sama because Sama can fly. Oh, Sama's gone up into the trees and is heavy bleeding already. Its lower body is cut open. Its lower body is running with its own beast blood. Its left upper leg is bruised and its guts are bruised. I tell you, this is the most deadly rabbit of all time.
See, if Sama had just been born with like burning blood or something, it might be able to at least get a Pyrrhic victory, but I don't think Sama's making it out of this.
No, I think Sama's having bad times.
My best recent Forgotten Beast interact. Went back down.
Gone down.
Don't think that's gonna work out for you, bud.
I can see it's dropping blood all over the floor, although it is chasing. It's dropped down to bleeding now instead of heavy bleeding.
Huh?
Oh, I think they're about to disappear out of sight.
Boo.
No, come back and fight for our enjoyment, for our entertainment. So
I had one Forgotten Beast fight recently where I was watching from just watching from like the combat logs and the amphibian man bodies that become visible when they die. But it went down. So it was It was a bird forgotten beast with burning blood, and so it was a fireball shooter. Oh, the fight's back on.
Fight's back on, yeah.
Sitsu is
a bit shocked. And yeah, I mean, it's still got problems with its paws.
Yeah, that's just because it keeps punching things to death with them.
Yeah, no specific thoughts off you. And what about Sama? Winded and heavy, bleeding, feeling hopeless after suffering a major injury. Oh dear.
Yeah.
Its lower body is cut open, its lower body is gouting. It's forgotten beast blood. It's bruised, its left wing is broken and cut open, and is spraying its blood. Its left wing is dented, its left wing is bruised, its right foot is cut open and is running with its own blood. And it's dented, and it's bruised. Its upper body is cut open.
Yeah, skipping down to the bottom of that list, there's some
oh boy. Its right lung is mangled beyond recognition. Its guts are mangled beyond recognition. Its middle spine is broken. Oh my gosh.
Okay, now I'm not a physician or a doctor or even an old-timey barber, but I believe your lung and spine are important.
I think he's in a bad way.
I'm not sure you want your lung to be described as mangled beyond recognition.
Indeed. And there he goes. So Sitsu wins. There's a bit of Sama's left mandible. And how did you come out of this? It doesn't look like it's taken any further damage from what it had before. Okay, yeah, that's...
yeah, it seems like its only injuries continue to be the self-inflicted ones of punching things. Indeed.
Right, well, I think we'll leave that... We'll leave Sitsu to it. We'll carry on over here. We'll...
So I have this burning blood forgotten beast fighting a bunch of amphibian men down in the water, and it's just like you're watching it just like rack up kill after kill after kill, and then finally enough of them stab it enough times that it starts majorly bleeding. It's magma blood into the water that everybody's standing in.
Oh, right.
So it racked up a bunch more kills with the steam explosion caused by its death, and that also like blew out the bottom of a bunch of trees that collapsed and killed a few more.
Oh God.
And after it took a while for the water to finally settle and me to get my frames back, but yeah. And my dwarves watched all of this from 20 Z levels up through a carved fortification, munching some popcorn.
All right. Yeah, I think we'll leave Sitsu alone. That's Sitsu's cavern now.
Oh man, if you could trap that thing into a defensive structure of some kind, I really want to see it go to town on some goblins.
Yeah, maybe I do have the facilities to do that kind of thing. I would just have to Because I've got a set of tunnels that are specifically for trapping creatures in like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll show you what I've got. So this is the main entrance floor. And I have... so I've got my exit tunnels here. And I've got an exit tunnel that runs to the southeast, one to the southwest, and one to the northeast. So I've got 3 tunnels. Each of them are connected by these bypasses.
So you're using. I just noticed you're using blueprint mode to write on the map.
Oh yeah, so that I know which bridge is which bridge. Indeed.
Nice.
These tunnels here are for capturing surface creatures that are trap avoid but too big to crush.
Mm-hmm.
So I could drop a staircase down to that cavern, because that's my cavern layer 1, I think, and give it a way up into the fortress, and with a little bit of care, because I can open up. Oh, that's the caravan arrived. Yeah, I could do that, and I could use hatch covers to make sure it can't get in until I'm ready. Bring it into this long corridor here. If I open that bridge there, and then I can lock everybody else in, and it'll be able to see that dog. So it should be attracted up here by my dog. And the tunnel is long enough that I'd be able to raise a bridge somewhere. I've got enough bridges, I'd be able to trap it in the tunnels. And close the hatch cover behind. It wouldn't trap it in there though, would it? I would need to dig something off this tunnel. But yeah. I could certainly set up a safe way to trap it in this tunnels. And then, like you say, I haven't been attacked by goblins yet, but because there are goblins we're at war with, but honestly, everybody's too busy dealing with the necromancers. But yeah, I regularly get sieged by the undead. We could have a look and see how he gets on against some of those lieutenants. The lieutenants that we've been facing, they are the kind where they wave their hand and it slams whatever they wave their hand at. It forces them away until they hit a solid object. So it would be interesting to see whether...
Well, you said you could take it or not.
Yeah. Most of this blood here is just monkey blood. Right, so I'm gonna have to take a quick aside to just do a trade, because if I don't do a trade, we'll end up running out of leather for clothes. I'm not sure what I've got. Oh, I'll sell off some of these lesser quality shirts. I'm trying not to put too many clothes out into the world, because I'm hoping to keep this world as a persistent world that I run many fortresses in. And I've had plenty of times where I've gone into adventure mode in fortresses, in worlds where I've had a fortress where I've sold old clothes, and then I've come across like human hamlets with 1,000 pairs of old socks that have come from my fortress.
I just flooded the world economy with
Indeed.
bad socks.
Let's see what else we can sell. You can sell the crowns. Take all the cut gems. I'm training up a new cook, so prepared meals at the moment are not particularly valuable in this fortress. It's like the usual go-to. Right, I've made a load of siltstone gems. You can take those. A bunch of scepters. I'm not sure I'm going to be selling the trinkets. The idea of taking the trinkets to the trade depot is mainly to encourage them to claim something. Oh yeah, look at these. Look at the totem symbols. They're so grotesque.
I dig it. Yeah.
Close up as well. They've got a more skull-like appearance. Not selling my corkscrews.
Can totems be placed, or would that have to be like a pedestal?
It's more like a scepter or something. It's
okay, so
just a trinket.
It's an equipment. All right. Or like you could assign it as like a what do they call it? Like symbol of like as a status status symbol, like symbol of office.
Yeah. I think take those silver maces from us. With that crossbow, that'll help. I'm sure.
I don't think I will ever manage to fully retain in my brain the rarity symbols in their correct order.
Oh, menacing steel spike. Okay. I'm just looking to see if there's any other artifacts I've got that I want to sell off. I think that's most of my artifact weapons are in weapon traps. But we can't put a crossbow in a weapon trap.
A question while I am here: what should I do to prevent artifact theft? Well, I know what you shouldn't do. Okay, so I was building a vault to keep my artifacts in. So I dug it out. I had, it had an antechamber where I was going to put a guard post. Mm-hmm. I put like all the pedestals in. I was in the process of moving artifacts in because I'd had a whole bunch of artifact thefts. And while I happened to be watching it, in strolls one of my master soldiers. She just grabs an artifact off the pedestal and starts like walking with it, and I'm like, what is she doing? Is she just like, why is she hauling it back to the stockpile? Don't haul it back to the stockpile, it's supposed to be there. And then she keeps going past the stockpile, and I'm like, what are you doing? I just happened to witness the theft, like, and I sent the rest of my military to follow her like all the way to the map's edge. Don't trust anyone. Put all your artifacts in a room, and then Cask of Amontillado it.
I tend to sell mine. If I can't install them, I sell them. They're quite happy with artifacts being sold. They just don't like them being stolen or destroyed. And
I think if you wall them in behind like a window or something, they'll still be able to see them.
I'm pretty sure they can see them through fortifications.
Yeah.
Right.
But they can't grab them. So.
Yeah, I had a situation a year or two ago where I had a pair of artifact trousers. An awful lot of the stories in my fortress seem to be about trousers. Pretty sure it was a pair of artifact greaves, and I gave them to my military leader. Thought, what can possibly go wrong? It's like, this guy is so well trained.
Of course he's gotta be.
He's like a legendary spearman or spear dwarf or something
Corruption
like that.
in my military.
And then I got a notification sometime later saying that the artifact was not where it was supposed to be. It was like, it was supposed to be on your arse. Where's it gone? So it's like, well, I wonder who I should interrogate about this. And sure enough, it being corrupted.
I mean, the best part about watching that crime in action was then when I hauled her in to interrogate her about it. She also ratted on someone else about a completely unrelated crime.
Oh.
That I had, about a theft that I did not in fact know about yet. So
very convenient.
It's like, oh,
I've got breeding war lynxes. Right, we've still got 170 items to bring, and these guys have still got a good ways to walk in. Diplomacy. Let's discuss our situation. Much to share. I would like to buy some leather, some pigtail cloth, some cave spider silk, and I would like to buy a few stacks of wood. Okay, thank you very much. Thread and headwear. Might be making helmets.
I would like it if the game had, like civic policies. So in the same way that you've got like the manager that lets you, do like building queue and whatnot. It'd be great if you could have, like civic policies that could bend things one way or another. So like if you could actually say that it's like, okay, hammering, like it's like prefer non-lethal punishment, prefer incarceration over execution or beatings. But then also like it's like what if we could just have a state of paranoia and have the captain of the guard just perpetually interrogating everyone for everything. Like just set up the dwarven KGB, but and we can just convince ourselves that it's like it's a circle of accountability.
Chat have just asked, is there any way to get them to bring a mixture of stuff? You should ask for something. Totalitarian Dwarf Fortress, indeed. You should ask for something because it helps build good relations. But if you only ask for one or two things, then they'll fill the caravan with other stuff. And the more you trade and the better deal you give them, the more they'll bring in future.
Yeah, if you want to, so if you really want to game the trade system, and you have patience, get a fisher dwarf on a river and a bone crafter, and just have the bone crafter makes like turtle shell stuff infinitely, and then you sit there and you trade like 5 things at a time, and you just do like tons and tons and tons and tons and tons of small trades, and that'll improve relations. It'll improve the skill of your broker, and get you value. And you just start like, and then you give them a bunch of trades that are just like massively in their favor.
Yeah.
So you buy 50 coin worth of stuff, and then you give them like 300 coin worth of turtle shell knickknacks in exchange for it. And if you do that, like if you've got the patience to sit there and just do that 50 times in a row, you can break the game. And they'll show up next time with like a lot of stuff.
Indeed. Prepared meals as a trade good. My prepared meals are selling very poorly at the moment. I don't know whether it's because I have flooded the market with trade goods. I have started doing dedicated cooks. So I'm training up some new cooks. That might be part of the reason. But a barrel full of lavish meals at the moment is only selling for 200 or 300. But yeah, so what are we waiting on? How come we've got 6? Oh, they're probably coming up from downstairs. This is why I need to bring the magma up here, because some of the stuff is just so far away. While we're waiting on those 16 items, let's see what they've brought that I might want to buy.
You will run out of fish eventually, I think. So that depends on the... So there's animals that exist in the world. So like there's fish that exist in the world and you can like see them swimming around and those can be like caught or fought. And then there's ex nihilo animals like turtles and mussels and whatnot that just get generated when your fish or dwarf catches them. And the depletion threshold of that depends on the classification of the river. So like brooks and minor rivers can be depleted by a single fish or dwarf. Medium, large, and major rivers functionally infinite, unless you put like, you know, if you've got a 7 tile wide river and you stick like 7 fish or dwarves on it going nonstop, they'll hit the nothing to catch in the region limit. But if you just put 1 on it, you'll be fine. And honestly, like 1 fish or dwarf is they'll level up so fast that you'll be able to feed like 100 dwarfs off of 1 fish or dwarf with a little bit of supplement from your farms.
Fishing is something I generally avoid unless I've set up in an area where I've got a canyon. Because then I can have the dwarfs fish out the side of the canyon. I can dig down and give them a roof overhead so to protect them from the weather. They just get so unhappy out there.
And then the canyons also tend to be like medium, larger, major rivers as well. Yeah. So you just get I mean, but if you, like the one, if there's a reason to avoid fishing, it's that fishermen are so good at catching turtles and mussels that you will just have so many lying around that they will eventually start creating an object
problem.
bottleneck.
Right. I'm just going to see what kinds of books we've got for sale. I am fascinated by the books in Dwarf Fortress. Thoughts on the moon? Interpretations of storage? That'll be about someone storing their own book somewhere. Rainfalls and rivers? Useful interpersonal conduct. Anatomy? Natural or supernatural? Wonder if that might be... I'm hoping to get my hands on the secrets of life and death and set up a necromancer's fortress. On might, that sounds
If you can't beat the necromancers, join
them. I have previously had a fortress. I do like running necromancer fortresses. And we do have a necromancer, so something that I will probably do at some point is turn this, like get my... turn my library into a writing library. And see if we can't get him to churn out secrets of life and death. Right, that will do. I'll trade that lot. Yep, giving him more profit than the value I'm buying, so we'll bring even more next time. Okay, he's ecstatic with the trading, and that golden crossbow is no mere trade. Oh, I should have looked at it first, though. I meant to have a look at it. Never mind.
Deadpan Drew says, my very young fortress is host to the queen. I made a migrant my manager, and now she's the queen. I don't know what happened. I would suspect your civilization might actually be extinct.
There's... I found that if you start a fortress that is like 100 to 200 kind of years old these days, you can become the mountain home very easy. Seems like because they have changed how, I say they, Tarn has changed the rate at which the civs grow.
Okay.
So it seems like the shorter histories these days, it becomes much easier for you to become the mountain home, because the history out there in the world, there are less dwarfs, there's less people, so their societies are less rich. So yeah, it can be quite easy for you to end up as the mountain home. And of course, yeah, the other thing being that it could be that this society is starting to go extinct. I hate ending up as the mountain home early doors.
Well, I mean, an extinction means kind of a bunch of things. Like, one, they could be getting wiped out, or two, like, I mean, the easiest way of, like, air quote extinct is that, you know, you made the world history so short that, like, you just are the start of the civilization for all intents and purposes.
Yeah. I've got a really good story. I was going to tell it on the last Saturday, and I got distracted. I had some technical issues getting set up, and it threw me off kilter when I started the stream last Saturday. I was going to tell the story about a dwarf called Adil. So I've been coaching another player, Honey, how to play Dwarf Fortress. We've been playing twice a week where she plays and I coach her. We've been streaming her sessions. It's been a load of fun, but when we were setting up, right at the start, when I was explaining how to choose your embark and where's a good place to go, where's a bad place to go, and how to read the world map, all of that sort of thing, I'd started off by saying, let's have a look at the dwarven civilizations. We want to choose a dwarven civilization that is looking healthy, because we don't want to be the mountain home too soon.
Yeah.
So we should have a look and see how everyone's getting on, and we'll choose the society of the dwarfs that's either got the largest numbers or the largest numbers of sites, either the biggest population or the largest number of sites. So she had to look at the civs, and one of the dwarven civilizations, there was just this one guy. It was down to its last dwarf, and it was like, whoa. You've got one dwarf in this in a dwarven civilization. I mean, this is as close to extinction as you can get. One dwarf and 0 sites. And so the next time that we were playing, she was saying she's been this dwarf. I was like, no, we do not want to belong to that society, but that would be an interesting challenge to try and resurrect that particular society that's collapsed and it's down to its last dwarf. You could try and rebuild it. So, but that's not really a beginner task. But yeah, when we met up next time, she said that Adil had been playing on her mind. She said Dwarf Fortress is one of those games where she can't stop thinking about it after playing. And she says she's been thinking about Adil and what's happened to him. And And can we have a look in legends and find out what his story is? So we went and had a look in legends, and we started off by having a look at the civilization. And the civilization had started off fairly typically. It had founded a few sites. It had annual nest box throwing competitions.
Okay.
It was getting attacked by giant dingoes, giant alligators, and this is the whole society across all of its sites. Forgotten beasts, a bronze colossus. There was a hydra at some point. There was two necromancers who were childhood sweethearts, both independently had become obsessed with their own mortality, and had largely remained faithful to each other throughout their hundreds of years of life. It was actually quite an adorable story, considering certainly dwarven society and how usually it's quite... They move on a lot.
The gift of the Magi, but a perverse mockery of the creations of the gods.
And but both of those two necromancers, I don't think they became enemies of the civilization, but they were both trying to overthrow the government at various points, and they were plotting coups and things. They ended up setting up their own individual towers, and they allied with each other. So they were causing problems, but nothing major. There was lots of raising from the dead going on, but the necromancers were not hostile towards the society. The people who were hostile was another civilization of dwarfs. Yeah. So a completely there was dwarf on dwarf war going on. So and not just some random group of bandits. It was a full-on other dwarf civilization. And so the other dwarfs were coming and attacking, and a few times they managed to conquer various sites that belonged to our dwarfs, and our dwarfs never managed to get them back. Our dwarfs did manage to take out a few other places. They'd attacked some goblins at some point, took over their site. There was sort of a few places that they managed to secure. But eventually the other dwarfs just did for them and took over the mountain home, took over the last of the sites, and some of the remaining dwarfs became refugees out in the world. And then in about the year 200 and something, the last remaining two dwarfs from that civilization, who were a married couple, they died of old age. And so the society had actually died out, that civilization. But then in the year 450 something, this dwarf turns up from nowhere. He's got unknown parentage. He's appeared out of the blue and declares himself as king of this lost civilization, and says, I'm a king.
Yeah.
And it made me think about, it's like, imagine if
the story is gripping, it's like legitimately and what happened?
And so 50 years later, this dwarf is still living amongst other peoples out there in the world, saying, I'm the king of this lost civilization. It was making me think about,
it's like the people who are just like you get the people just cropping up all throughout the mid-late 1900s claiming to be like a lost Romanov.
Exactly. I was imagine if like an alien came down to our planet and pronounced themselves as the true last pharaoh of some lost Egyptian civilization. Said, yeah, I'm their king. I'm the king of that. And it's like, whoa, what's going on? I've never actually seen anything like that before, where a civilization's been resurrected by a single dwarf, like a couple of 100 years after it had gone extinct. Prince Anastasia. Indeed. It was just like very, very bizarre. Dwarf Stargate. Yeah, I've been keeping an eye on interesting stories so that I can tell them on stream. Had some great stories. Okay, back to building pump stacks here.
Yeah, how many layers are done so far?
We are down to -32, and we've got to go down to -74. So we've still got.
They're so tall.
We've got a ways to go, but certainly by the time we get into building the power next week, I'll have this entire pump stack built.
I wonder if it would take more or less time to create the hundreds of stockpiles that would be needed to have pre-stage stockpiles with exactly one corkscrew, one block, one pipe segment.
Yeah, to get them brought down.
Just purely to get like some more parallel labor going on here.
Well, because I can only build one pump at once.
Yeah.
There's, I mean, we could.
But if you could have the material pre-staged, it would shave off like at least some time.
What I could do is at the top of the stairs. Let's see. Say here. I could put a little dump zone. I just need to remove that little dump zone. I mean, all of the glass stuff's only a short distance away. But I can move it a little closer by putting down a dump zone here. And then I could go down to the glass. Actually, no, the glass is quite some distance away. There isn't a shortcut, is there, from... Oh, hang on a second. Yeah, I can way speed this up. I don't think... Excuse me. I've got them climbing the stairs.
Are they climbing like so? I'm assuming the glass forge is a magma forge.
Yeah.
Are they basically going for the magma forge all the way up to the top and then all the way back down the actual like pump stack channel?
They are. And I could, as long as I'm careful about avoiding the various things down here. Like, I know we've got some magma pools around and stuff. Let's just find... I think I'm above most of the magma stuff around here. Right, we want to make this into a 2-wide corridor. Alright, I'll bring that straight up here. Like that needs to stay narrow, but yeah, that'll speed things up quite significantly. My magma forges are right there.
Nice.
Yeah, then they'll only have to come through here to go bring the stuff. I mean, they've still got to climb to the top of the pump stack at the moment.
But at least they're not going up and then back down, all the way
Indeed.
up and then back down.
Yeah.
But all the way up, all the way down, all the way back up, all the way back down.
Indeed. Okay, we've got that pump stacking. Oh, that pumping. The next one wants to pump into that chamber. Yeah, I think one of my favourite stories of Dwarf Fortress so far was about a book that I found called The Sorrows of Marriage, which was a tragedy.
Oh, yeah?
I just bought a bunch of books from the trader.
Mm-hmm.
There was one called The Sorrows of Marriage. And when I looked at it, it was... and yeah, it's an unusual story. It's like, that sounds like an interesting book. Let's have a look and see what's all this about them. And there was about 3 chapters. And the chapters were all describing different things relating to this guy meeting a girl and then him getting married and then his life afterwards in some hillocks. And so I went to Legends and looked up the author.
Mm-hmm.
And it wasn't so much his story that was the interesting one, it was his wife that the story was all focused around. So what had happened was, and this is all like more than 100 years before my fortress had been started. This had all happened in world history. There was a lady dwarf, young girl dwarf, had been born in some hillocks somewhere. And at the age of 3, she'd been kidnapped by goblins. It's one of those worlds where there's an awful lot of goblin kidnapping going on. Mm-hmm. And she was taken to the local dark fortress and held there, where she grew up, and she grew up kind of with that goblin mindset that some kids get when they grow up amongst them. And she reached adulthood, and she took a job amongst the goblins and stayed as one of the goblins, and then she got married. But the marriage couldn't have been very happy, because a year later she murdered him. And time passes by a little longer, and she meets this other guy. This other guy is another dwarf who'd also been kidnapped by the goblins as a kid, so you know they've got things in common with each other. Yeah. And they fall in love. They are lovers for a while. They eventually decide to get married. And on the day of their wedding, the brother of her first husband murders her at the altar. And leaves her new lover as a widow. So her new lover, absolutely distraught about this, decides to leave. It must have just shattered his worldview, because he decided to leave Goblin Society behind and left the Dark Fortress and went back to the hillocks where he'd originally been kidnapped from, like back when he was a baby, where he then sat down and wrote his autobiography called The Sorrows of Marriage. And it's like, whoa. That's so tragic.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah. No, we haven't talked about boat murdered yet. We should do one day. Yeah, the Black Widow dwarf, indeed. Yeah, I think we read it on stream at one point. It was, I was like reading through it, it's like, whoa, and then what? Oh my, oh no, oh no.
Elephants.
Okay, we've got that one built. Let's get the next one down. Not constructions, machines. Screw pump. We are pumping in that direction. Green glass, corkscrew, tube. Yeah, Legends mode really is a game in itself, indeed. So I've found that I understood. Like I'd been playing Dwarf Fortress for, I don't know, 6-7 years, something like that, before I first started combining the modes in the same world.
Right.
I found that when I started playing Adventure Mode, Legends, and Fortress, all in the same world in like a linked story, oh my gosh, it just brought... I mean, I thought the game was deep, and then it just took it to a whole other level. And that had happened when... I remember this was 2020. I can even put a date on it. I was trying to... Oh yeah, I'd spotted this really interesting fortress. It was an evil ruin. A dwarven fortress that was like an NPC ruin that was available to reclaim, but it was in an evil biome. And I thought that's a bit unusual, because evil dwarves won't set up in an evil biome. Players will, but dwarves know better. Yeah. So that fortress has become evil after it was founded. So I thought that, and I was looking for an evil biome to set up in. Yeah. And the fact that there was a ruin there just caught my eye. So yeah, dwarfs will only ever set up in neutral biomes. They don't set up in good, and they don't set up in evil. They only ever set up in neutral. But
they despise unicorns and blood rain in equal measure.
And yeah,
they look at it and they're like, these are equivalents. We're neutral.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, none of that funny stuff for us dwarfs. we'll stick with our normal stuff. Of course, they'll set up in savage biomes and calm or neutral biomes, but they won't set up in good or evil. It's always a neutral biome when the dwarf sets up there. But of course, evil can spread. But so I was looking around, I was thinking there must be a necromancer's tower around here, or something's caused the evil to spread, but there was nothing. The evil seemed to be centered on the fortress, and I thought this is bizarre. I've got to know I need to know. But I decided, rather than just go into Legends, I would go and try and reclaim the fortress, since as it was reclaimable. So I got a bunch of dwarfs together. I figured there might be trouble, so I put together an embark party that was designed around trouble. There was weapons and armor. They didn't even get to put I don't think they got to pick the weapons up. They were dead that fast. It was, we turned up at this fortress.
Lethal grass?
It was, no, it was just the deadly things were so deadly. They didn't stand a chance. But having seen that the deadly things were so deadly, and it was necromancer lieutenants there, it was like they didn't stand a chance. So I thought, having now seen what was there, I decided that I would look into Legends, because I didn't want to look into Legends first. I wanted to go in blind and be surprised. So I went into Legends and looked at the history of this place. It was called Painted Road. Being founded in about the year, I think it was the year 79 or something like that, by a group of dwarfs, and they'd sent a bunch of people out. The military leader who'd gone out to found Painted Road had become the mayor, and it had been fairly peaceful for a while. But then the founder, so the government leader of Painted Road, had kind of become a bit obsessed with wanting to rule the world. And she actually left, became a necromancer, and then staged a coup over, like, there was this whole big plot line with this particular character who she ended up staging a coup and becoming the new queen.
You say coup, I hear girl power.
Yeah, she ended up becoming the new queen. She overthrew the monarchy. And she wasn't exactly the most benevolent of queens at that either. Just looking
yeah.
There was
something about the personality matrix of the person who, like, the individual who can organize a coup and the individual who will be a benevolent, wise, and merciful leader. You know, there's just
sometimes those things don't go well together. I mean, I would never completely rule it out. There are times where maybe
it's happened.
Yeah,
there's been enough coups in history that it's happened on occasion.
Once or so, yeah. That the benevolent person has decided that the coup is the only way to cope with a situation, maybe. But yes, I don't think this is one of those cases. And so then what happened? So this place is Painted Road is left under a new leader. And then sometime later, there's a guy called Nomal Burnt Bridges. I remember Nomal. And it was another dwarf grown up somewhere in a hillocks, become obsessed with their own mortality, decided to become a necromancer, had found somebody to apprentice under, and happily followed their master to a town somewhere, was living happily there, but then people started getting suspicious because it wasn't aging, and he was driven. No, it was a she. It was another woman, I think, this second one.
Perfectly normal immortality. Yeah. I don't know what's suspicious about
it. She got driven out of town, and so she escaped to the wilderness. And there she formed a group of outcast dwarfs. She built herself a tower, and declared herself an enemy of the civilization. She had beef with these people who'd driven her out of town, and so she started generating an army. Getting an army together, and she started. I mean, this massive war sprung up between that particular necromancer, and it went on for like decades. It was a huge war, and she formed a huge army. And this is all over the fact that she got kicked out of the village where she was living. Mm-hmm. Eventually, one of the places that she took over was Painted Road. That was the first time that Painted Road was conquered. Then, now what happened to her was some humans intervened. The local human allies, they attacked her tower and dealt with her and her minions. But it was the elves who came to Painted Road and dealt with the necromancers who, like the people who'd taken over the necromancer experiments and the abominations left behind. A bunch of elves came. They were allies of the dwarfs, and they cleaned out Painted Road. And then the dwarfs took it back over again. So that was like the second conquest of Painted Road. Then some years later, there was pretty much a rerun of that exact situation. There was another necromancer who had been happily living amongst the mortals, driven out of town because he didn't age, had escaped to the same wilderness, put another tower up, been driven out by the humans after attacking Painted Road, and had colonized Painted Road, and that was the third conquest of Painted Road. Then what happened? The elves came. The elves freed Painted Road again, but they stayed, and obviously they were fed up of necromancers attacking Painted Road, so they stayed at Painted Road and took over management, and they were there for quite some time, and it was Painted Road actually thrived. The mayor of Painted Road was an elf who built loads of stuff was rebuilt, and there was the town really grew and thrived while the elves were running it. It was like the happiest time in this town's life. But then, of course, there was a third necromancer, because there's always another necromancer.
There's always an apprentice.
Who, similar sort of story, obsessed by their own life and death, chased out of town, thrown up a tower, got together an army, and attacked Painted Road, and drove because although the elves had taken it over, they'd only left a few elves behind. It was a very cosmopolitan place. There was loads of dwarves and humans and goblins and some necromancer experiments, and there was a vampire who was leading the army, and it actually sounded like quite a good place to live underneath the elf, with all of these different people there. It was great. But a load of them escaped as refugees and fled into the woods. So that was the fifth conquest of Painted Road. Was when the necromancer attacked. So eventually the necromancer didn't colonize. He cleaned it out, left behind a load of bad things, and then it was abandoned as a ruin. But I guess because it had been in the hands of necromancers for so long, that it turned into an evil biome. And so, yeah, my guys had turned up there. This place is just full of experiments and lieutenants and other necromancer abominations. Got wiped out about them immediately. And, just been following through the history of all of these people whose lives have played out and crossed path at Painted Road. So I decided to get an adventure party together. And at this point, an adventure party, you could have 6 people. So I took 6 people, including some necromancer experiments of my own, some lieutenants of my own. It was one of those fight fire with fire situations, and a whole bunch of yaks. It turns out that yaks are really OP in adventure mode. They fight so well. And I took this party off to Painted Road, and as I'm walking through, because you can't just start wherever you want. I couldn't just start in Painted Road. I had to start in like the closest place that was relevant to a member of my party. So I had to spend a couple of in-game days traveling through the world to get to Painted Road, and I was traveling through past these places where like the names that I'd heard. We went past the ruined tower of one of the necromancers that had been involved in Painted Road's history, and we went into the Jungle of Severity, I think it was called, where the refugees were hanging out. I was wondering if we were going to bump into these people that I'd read about. And it was just amazing, having read this depth of story all about the town, and then going and wandering around and like seeing the sights of the story that I read about. But yeah, eventually my party did arrive at Painted Road, and we cleared out all of the hostiles that were there. And then I got another party of dwarfs and embarked there and successfully set up a fortress the second time around. But yeah, it was that's when I kind of realised that there was even more depth to the game than I'd realised before when you start combining those modes.
Yeah, I'm really hoping I can get my save back because I want to see how far the legend of Nish Swordcalms
Oh,
spreads.
what's that?
All right, so the start of my second Steam Fortress went much like my first. I looked for a very similar embark location in a like Y-shaped canyon. You know, I wanted a waterfall, wanted a nice river for infinite fish, and there was an early tragedy where during the construction of the fishing bridge, Nish Swordcalms fell into the river and drowned.
Oh dear.
And because the fishing bridge was also as like kind of a defensive purpose, it's like I went down across the river and then down so that I could use the river bridge as a choke point.
Yeah.
For any kind of other purposes. And so because all of the dwarves are constantly crossing this bridge where they can see, so Nish Swordcalms falls into the river and dies.
Yeah.
And I can't get the body because it's at the bottom of the river.
Yeah.
And very, very difficult. Like, you know, it would be like a massive engineering project to reclaim that body.
Yeah.
So I don't really think about it, but then all of the dwarves, particularly the masons, whose workshops are kind of like right adjacent to this space, are constantly crossing the bridge in order to like go get stuff and bring it back. And so every day they're crossing and they're seeing the body of Nish Swordcalms in the river just off the side of the bridge.
Yeah.
So all of the stuff that they're carving, you know, it's like, all right, make me a bunch of statues, and like, you know, just like roll the dice on like make me a statue.
Yeah.
On whatever strikes your fancy. And so I end up with all these statues of Nish Swordcalms. And I'm like, well, I'm gonna be a sassy little bastard, and so I rename the fishing zone the Nish Swordcalms Memorial Fishing Bridge, and I put 2 statues of Nish Swordcalms on the bridge, and I put Nish Swordcalms memorial slab like at the end of the bridge, which in turn just means like there's now even more like memorials to and reminders of the body of Nish Swordcalms. So it's like, come to the Nish Swordcalms Memorial Bridge where you can see the remains of Nish Swordcalms just off the side. But so there's so much more like exposure to this character of Nish Swordcalms that then like once I get to the stage of engraving and I start getting artifacts made, like I'm looking around my base, and basically anytime anything of value is made, sure enough, it's gonna have a depiction of Nish Swordcalms. He is making a plaintive gesture. This is in relation to the drowning of Nish Swordcalms in 252.
Oh wow.
And I started to realize that like I was getting all of this stuff that it's like Nish died super early. Like the number of, and like you go and you look at Nish's like relationship tree and it's like barely anything.
Yeah.
So all of this stuff is being made by dwarves who never met Nish Swordcalms.
But they knew the legend.
They know the legend.
And they can see the body.
And the thing is that like I have this, I have my bone carver, my bone crafter, and she's of course spending a lot of time on the bridge because she's going and picking up like turtle shells and whatnot.
Yeah.
And so she's of course seeing the body of Nish Swordcalms every day and these statues of Nish Swordcalms. And so tons of stuff that she's engraving ends up getting like, this masterwork bracelet with a depiction of Nish Swordcalms. He's making a plaintive gesture. This is in relation to the drowning of Nish Swordcalms in 252. And those are and that's my primary export. So I am flooding the world with trinkets depicting the drowning of Nish Swordcalms in 252.
So out there's going to be people writing books about it.
So yeah, it's
somewhere there'll be a story being told.
So I'm trying to get a writing library set up, and I'm willing to bet that like it'll they all met. I mean, the bone carver, she did know Nish, like because they were in the Embark team together. But yeah, like they have all met Nish in a way.
Indeed. They've all been witness. It's fascinating when that kind of thing happens, though, isn't it? I've just realised that I had a strange mood that I didn't pay attention to, and he's gone stark raving mad, which is a great shame because it was probably something that I probably just wanted rough gems or something. I would have had whatever he needed, but there you go. There you go. That's dwarf life.
Relationship. They have a personal relationship with Nish. There's going to be a requirement later that no authors in my library imply that vegetables can have a personal redemptive relationship with Nish Swordcalms.
Vegetables?
Oh, that was one of. Okay, you're familiar with VeggieTales?
Vaguely.
Okay, so VeggieTales is Christian's Children Entertainment, and CG animated show about vegetables, and it's a combination of just kind of like generic, children's entertainment, like share your toys, whatever.
Yeah.
And then like biblical stories and biblically rooted messages, like. But one of the creator of it is actually like kind of is an interesting guy. But one of the things in the like series Bible for the show as a requirement for like writers and animators is that though they are making biblically rooted entertainment, they should not suggest that vegetables can have a personal redemptive relationship with Christ.
Oh, right. Okay.
And it's like, it's one of those lines where like, it's, I really appreciate the like, kind of like commitment that's indicated by that, of like, no, like okay, so this is a creator, like a writer who is making faith-based entertainment, and they're taking that very seriously, and they're taking like their beliefs very seriously as a part of that, and that's like that's very admirable. But the phrase "do not imply that vegetables can have a personal redemptive" is just so funny. It's just like it just sounds like just that combination of words is hilarious. Even if I find the underlying the underlying sentiment to be like deeply admirable.
I know what you mean. It's just put it's just those words put together are just unexpected.
Like that combination. It's like saying if you give a monkey a sword, it's funny just because like a monkey with a sword is inherently it's just comedy. It works 100% of the time. Same principle kind of at play here. Uh,
Indeed. You could imagine something you could imagine Douglas Adams writing. Indeed. I feel bad for my guy who's
minus 40.
Minus 40?
32 levels to go.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about the temperature. I was thinking, wow, Canada's cold.
It's we had a minus 40 cold snap, but
yeah, it didn't seem that too out of the way for for Canada.
It's not that far out of the way. January February. January is often reasonably mild. February will be a different story.
Right. We're expecting the weather to get worse. Because our weather tends to come from the North American continent. It's usually sort of the western side. What I've noticed anyway, this is my anecdotal experience. About 2 weeks after the east coast of South Canada, North America, about 2 weeks after you get your bad weather, it arrives on the Gulf Stream over us. So I do keep my eye just a little on the American weather, because it's like, okay, it's getting cold over there. If I need to go outdoors, which isn't often, but if I do need to go outdoors, it's like, I best do that now because it's starting to snow in the States.
Yeah, I mean, I'm on the I'm on the other side of the continent from the Maritimes, so it's we've got the mountains as a major impact. We'll get these, like, polar winds that'll come down and just be like they just like go right along the side of the mountains, just all the way down from the Arctic, and it's oh boy, it can get chilly.
Yeah, I've got friends who live in, oh my gosh, over that side of Canada, the most northerly main city over there. What's it called?
The most northerly capital city, Edmonton.
Edmonton, yeah. That's actually on the same latitude as me.
Yeah.
It's. I was surprised Canada actually. I mean, it's because of the landmass, isn't it? It's just such a big landmass. That affects the temperature.
Mm-hmm. Particularly like the interior, so like the Great Plains, the glacial plains extend from the Gulf of Mexico all the way up to the Arctic. So you've got this giant space that is unmediated by major bodies of water. And or mountains to kind of break things up, so you get these north-south winds, weather patterns that just kind of pull stuff down. Are there mountains between Calgary and the Maritimes? Not really. There's the Appalachian Mountains, if you know where the Appalachian Mountains are, and the Blue Mountains over on the eastern U.S. Some very, very, very ancient mountains. They run kind of northeasterly until they hit a landform called the Canadian Shield, which is some of the oldest rock on Earth.
Oh yeah.
So that's kind of like the biggest terrain change between me and the Maritimes, but nothing like the Rockies to the west of me.
Oh, I've just thought about something I meant to talk about with pumps. When a pump is pumping through a hole, you can't have pumps can't pump up a stair, so I couldn't have a staircase here. But you could have a ramp. They can pump from a ramp. And they can pump through floor grates and floor bars as well. But not staircases. So liquids can run up and down staircases, but they can't be pumped up and down staircases. Thought I'd mention that before I forget. It was one of the things I meant to mention earlier. Let's see, we want this one to pump in that direction. And if you're pumping water, if you've got intermittent flow, something to be conscious of is that the tile below is going to get muddy. If it's intermittent and some of it dries out, then you're going to get muddy water. And if things are aligned just wrong, you can leave a tall enough hole for a tree.
You end up with a tree in your in your pump stack,
and it stops the water flowing. Yeah, I've had that. I don't think it was in a pump stack. I think it was a pump that I was using to fill a reservoir or something, or it might have been the top of a mist generator, something like that. I went through a phase where I was building multi-level halls. So with balconies where they could look down, not that they actually did, but yeah, they could look down over, I could anyway, even if they weren't really paying attention. Yeah, and so a lot of my rooms were too high, 2 tiles high. So because with the hole in the floor above a pump stack, you've actually got a 3 high hole there, which is just high enough to build a tree. Just high enough for a tree to grow.
You know what I would love in game?
What?
Railings.
Hey! Oh yeah, or fences. Something, because I've always used like fortifications as like the banister. But I'd love some sort of, like you say, railings or banisters or something that you could use to represent a balcony. That'd be great.
I mean, I guess the issue is that, like, Tarn would need to figure out how to do a passable tile that doesn't allow pathing to like along one side of it.
Yeah.
So that a dwarf could stand on it but not like walk through it.
Yeah.
And pathing is already kind
complex.
of the hard, complex enough that I don't know if it would be worth it. Yeah, so you can effectively do it with like fortifications or bars or whatever. The issue there is that they're a full tile wide.
Well, we're getting there. No collapses yet. Everything's still hanging off the top pump.
Oh, it's picking up speed now. Yeah, I guess, and it's going to go faster and faster the closer they get to the
lower they get, indeed. Did I show... I don't think I've shown people your other diagram yet. No, we haven't.
Oh, the slice, the layer slice.
Yeah. So I've built my access point in this odd
yours is
arrangement.
built different because you're also doing like magma.
Yeah, and I'm trying to squeeze it through a narrow space. Let me just get the next one on the go. But you've got a good design there, especially for water, because it's not going to set anything on fire. Okay, we want to put you there. Yeah, let's bring that back here. So this is the water source, and you're pumping it into this little reservoir here. So if you're pumping water, you don't need the big reservoir because you don't have temperature calculations to take into account.
Yeah.
I presume you leave the door locked most of the time.
Yeah, you leave the doors locked. So this was built. This was a design that I came up with after some trial and error, and based on like kind of iterative of some stuff that people had done on the forums. That was really that prioritizes the ease of building it, kind of like making it resilient to screwing up. So with the two doors, so like what this lets you do is you can just like basically draw this shape across however many Z levels you want, and then go in and like so you dig a big stairwell. You designate out this little donut shape, and like basically you designate out this shape, and then you go through and do the doors and channeling afterwards. And because you've got those two doors, all of the like, even though you're alternating your channel positions, everything is accessible, and dwarves can't trap themselves. And they will always like, and while you're constructing it, you can designate like this is it's a resilient one. It doesn't like, it's not a hanging system, so it's less efficient on FPS, but you can designate the whole thing at once, and dwarves can like access everything. They can't trap themselves. And so that was really like, those were my priorities in this, was something that you could designate all at once or in very large chunks, and then like essentially walk away from, like go do other things around your fort, without worrying about like trapping dwarves, killing dwarves, everything collapsing.
Yeah, it's a nice design. And if you're only pumping water up a few levels, it's not going to have a huge impact on your FPS. So like just taking it to the top of a stairwell or something to give you a mist generator or something like that. Or if it's one of those one-off jobs where you just need to fill a reservoir. So
it'd
be pretty good.
And then after, and if you're using it to fill a reservoir, then afterwards, like it's really easy to decommission. Like you don't need to, like you can actually tear it down without causing like chain collapses or again like dwarves getting trapped, and you can reclaim that space pretty easily.
And someone in chat was asking what a pump stack is. So this is how a pump stack looks from the side. It's not quite the same as the one I'm building. I'm building mine so that all of these dark green tiles, the dark green bits of the pump, are all aligned vertically. So the areas, so what happens here is, in my case, it's magma, but you pump from here into a reservoir. The pump above pumps from the reservoir into this reservoir, and then it gets pumped out into here, pumped out into there, pumped out into here. I'm aligning these green tiles so that it can all be hung off one top mechanism, because I'm doing a very tall set of pumps, and I want them to act as a single unit. So they're actually strung off each other, and they're unsupported except for being hung off the top mechanism. But I'm going to be bringing magma from the magma sea, bringing it up about 60 levels in total. They've built that pump now. Let's go down a level. So the magma sea is really, really deep, and you have the option of taking your dwarfs and all your stuff down there, or bringing the magma up to you. I'm kind of bringing the magma. It's going slightly higher than halfway. So I'm not bringing it right up near the surface, but my fortress is quite deep. But it's certainly a lot closer to the working, like to where the dwarves usually are. So they finished building that one, so we'll get that walled in.
One of my favorite sort of like revelation moments in learning the game over the years was realizing that like that vertical distance, I mean that vertical distance and lateral distance are essentially equal.
Yeah.
So you know, the going all the way down 100 floors of stairs is identical to going down a 100 tile long hallway.
Indeed.
Now both are like pretty long, and you want to like minimize that, but that it's like, but then you can create these that it's like, oh, my workshops, I can make them more fit, like just by making a workshop like 3 layers thick. You know, that having a stone stockpile 1 staircase up above a workshop is closer than even just having that stone stockpile on the other side of the hallway.
Yeah. It's I haven't got anything like that in this fortress, but I will often have like my clothing workshops will usually be either above or below the cloth stockpiles. And I just have staircases like between the workshops that just lead up and down, like just a little staircase. And the same with my dining room and food stockpiles. I'll usually have a staircase in the middle of my dining room. And because the top of the fortress here is quite a narrow tower, I haven't done it this time. But yeah, I often set it up so that I've just got like a stockpile connected to a workshop above or below. Like I say, cluster things around a central staircase. They can travel. You can fit so much more in like a 5-tile distance. Yeah,
if you just think a little 3-dimensionally. So that's one of my favorite. Like, and it's fun because like on the forums on Reddit, like you can see players like discover and rediscover that like on their own, like over and over again. And it's always like, it's like, oh, I just noticed that like I can do this. I could place a stockpile like above or right below, or you know, what if I just like ring the workshop with like stockpile, like put the workshop like in the middle of the stockpile. It's like, yeah, you got it.
Yeah. Indeed. Have I started planning out the dwarven water reactor to power that pump stack? I have, yes. That's what we'll be covering next Monday, is how to power this system. So today we've been covering everything related to pumps and pump stacks, because there's it's a big topic in its own right. I wasn't confident that I would be able to fit, like, I wasn't confident that we'd be able to cover everything that we needed to cover to talk about both pump stacks and power. Because there's different considerations with different types of power. I thought it would be a good idea to just cover the pump stack itself. So didn't think we would actually finish the pump stack today, but I thought while Dan and I chatted about things, we could cover all matters related to pumps and pump stacks, and I could get a lot of this building, because sometimes the easiest way to become familiar with building pump stacks is just to place them down and go left, then right, then left, then right. And you can, and understanding why and how it's flowing, they're a difficult thing to explain. They sound really, really complicated, and they're really, really not.
Yeah, I mean, kind of the throwback to earlier conversation. Part of the biggest part of the complexity of them, I think, is that a lot of the designs have hidden traps in their like construction,
and sometimes literally.
Like, if you've got sometimes literally, but just in the sense that like, oh, there's if you don't build this part in the correct order, a dwarf gets trapped. If you build this part wrong, you end up with a leak. If you do this, that, or whatever, like it ends up actually being backwards, and the whole thing like just doesn't work. If you build it this way and then build it wrong, not only does it not work, but disassembling it causes the entire thing to collapse.
Indeed.
And so yeah, a lot of the it's a very powerful machine that you can do a lot of really fun stuff with. It enables building like really cool things like mist generators and lava traps and lava mist generators and and just things like moving magma forges like wherever you want them.
Indeed.
Or flooding, like creating extremely large farms if you want to build like underground tree farms or whatever. And having those underground tree farms be exactly where you want them to be, in relation to like the rest of your fort. And being able to move your magma forges. We talked a bit about the distance factor, like having those forges, which are often dealing with heavy things that can be that can take a long time to get where they're going, particularly if you're making like furniture out of nickel. You've probably watched your dwarves having a strug as they try to put those into position. And so you can save a lot of like time and you can make a lot more efficient use of space if you can move those magma forges wherever you want them. That's kind of like a self-evident benefit, but then being able to just like lock off the magma sea and not worry about like snakes and crabs and whatever coming up is also like just valuable in its own way, because then you never need to worry about it,
and it feels very dwarfy. Like to have, like, dwarves are great engineers. They don't have much technology to their hands, but they do a lot. You can do a lot with this technology, and it just feels like something that the dwarfs would do is build giant pump stacks. So my unhappy dwarf is because I had a strange mood that I wasn't paying attention to, and he's gone stark raving mad. Not berserk, thankfully, so he's not killing anybody. But he's running around the fortress. He's probably thrown his clothes off.
Probably naked at this point, yeah.
Yeah, indeed. Eventually someone will find him dead somewhere.
It was fun whenever somebody would pop into my stream, it's like, you've got one like super angry dwarf, and I'd just be like, that's fine, that's just the werehorse. She's just upset that she's
being
beer
for a while.
into the former hospital.
Yeah. Oh, is that how you do it too? Yeah, I've got.
I mean, I got that one from you.
Oh, did you?
Like, because like I was like I stopped in on your, like, we rated your stream at the end of mine, and I sat and I watched, and you were like showing off your hospital where you had like the 3D, like all of the beds were in these little 3D bays, and someone was just like, why the weird like organization of that? And you're like, oh, it's so that, because it was like bed, door, empty space, and then the common area. And you were like, it's like, oh, that's so that if somebody catches lycanthropy, I can just wall them in there. And I was like, oh, I should like keep that in mind in case I need to do that. And then a werehorse attacked, and there was a scuffle, and a couple people went to the hospital. I'm like, I should monitor them, and decided, like, I started getting a feeling that like maybe I should just preemptively like block the door with the 2 injured people only remaining. And sure enough, both of them were werehorses, and the stronger one won, and she has been living there ever since, and she's now immortal because she converts into a werehorse every month, which resets her hunger and everything, so she can't starve fast enough to die before being saved by her lycanthropy. Or what did we settle on? I think Lum was still around. Did we settle on aquanthropy or hypanthropy?
Equilanthropy? Be something equus related, wouldn't it?
Well, because we had a long, like, hour-long debate over whether you would avoid mixing Greek and Latin prefixes, or whether you would deliberately mix, because like lycanthropy is already mixed roots, and then also because you're trying to construct a I just completely forgot the word. When a new word is made up of a mix of two old words that overlap phonemes, it's a
no, I can't remember the technical term for that either.
Portmanteau.
Yes.
You're trying to create this portmanteau of like lichen and anthropy. Oh, the were panda sprite is so good. I mean, all of the were creature sprites are amazing, but the were panda sprite is just.
I haven't seen it yet.
Oh, it's so good.
I am seriously lacking werebeasts in. I'm not lacking forgotten beasts, but I haven't had a single werebeast attack in this fortress. And we've only got 46 population. I was keeping it below the level where I get a mayor appointed because I didn't want to have to deal with dwarfs demanding things. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I got enough wealth that I should have attracted the odd werebeast. There's enough. We're making enough noise out there. There's enough rumours. And the last time I saw a werebeast was before the individual sprites had come out. It was either pre-release or just around release, because it was a few days after, wasn't it, that the werebeast sprites were introduced?
It was like a week later.
Yeah.
It was pretty fast, but it was we were I was a little sad because we spent the whole stream with this werehorse initially, and if I had noticed, the patch came out, like the patch was pushed while I was streaming, and I could have just done a quick save, log out, reload, and we would have gotten to see the new sprite right then and there. But it had to wait a few days before I could show it off, because the werehorse is really funny.
But anyway, Dan, we are just about out of time for today. Anybody in chat got any questions about pumps or pump stacks? Like I say, we'll be covering the power for these things next Monday.
We are experienced vendors in pumps and pump stacks and pump stack accessories.
I think we've done a thorough dive into all of this. Where do the power shafts go? Let me take you up to the top of all of this. I'll just pause it. It seems I'm not keeping eyes on it anymore. So the power for this particular type of design all comes from the top. So the power generation is going to be in this room here. Don't know. I haven't done the calculations yet to see how big a room this needs to be, but I've got plenty of space. And we're going to use water power. So there'll be water wheels, series of water wheels and water pumps. That's going to generate the power. The power is being collected by that mechanism, and the axle transmits the power to this mechanism, and then everything underneath is hanging off that mechanism. So these pumps are unsupported, and they're all just strung through. But when that starts pumping, it will, once all of these chambers are filled, it will teleport the magma from the bottom to the top, and only the bottom and top pumps will actually be involved in the calculations to move the liquid around. Yeah, so the pumps can transfer power vertically indeed.
I like that they've got the... I know I opened with how good the sprite was, but part of that is that it's got the gear assembly on the back that that clues you in that, like, oh, that's where the power connector.
Yeah, actually the power goes through the solid part. The solid part is the bit that looks like the wall. This is the screw pump, so that is where the water's being collected.
Can it only oh man.
Yeah, it's transmitted through the solid part.
Oh, this was the thing. It's got, like, you can transmit out of either tile, but only receive in the solid tile.
Yeah.
Is that right?
That sounds right. But certainly hanging them from the solid part, because you do need to have, like, if we don't have solid floor underneath this part of it, then we'll have bad times. But we can have the hole that transmits the power down. You can have that through the solid part. The solid part can be over the hole, but you need to have the non-solid part where the gears are. It needs to be over the solid ground. Yeah, so it's you can tell this is a solid part because it's got the wall. It's forming the impassable wall next to the reservoir, the little mini staging reservoirs that we're filling. Do the walls need to be magma safe? Nope. We were talking about how when you're building the pump stack, you need a glass, you need a tube, and you need a giant corkscrew and a block. We were discussing whether or not the blocks actually need to be magma safe. We think that you can probably get away with blocks that are not magma safe, but on the other hand, you're probably best not. I wouldn't risk it personally.
Don't.
It's like, no, just make it all magma safe.
So Sal's built them out of glass, and actually, like, from my diagram, you may have noticed that, like, the pumps were, like, green.
Green, yeah. Green
glass.
Like,
once you've got, like, glass just makes a really good material. It's magma safe. You can, and once you've got proper glass forges set up, you can just produce just vast amounts of it very quickly, and very efficiently. And so it's like, don't tempt fate.
Indeed. Yeah.
Just use the glass. But then, like, everything else, like floors, walls, like anything that's a sea construction, it can be driftwood. For
Yeah.
like it's
Yeah, the actual walls themselves can be anything. Yeah, I mean, if we could still, like, build with soap, you could make this all out of soap, it wouldn't matter.
Oh, you can't make things out of
You
soap anymore?
can't, no, you can't construct with soap blocks anymore, unfortunately.
Oh,
Yeah, I used to make baths made out of soap.
uh, I built a small hut out of lye once. Just to imagine, like, just I mean,
Just
it's
'cause.
obviously rainproof because like once it's a construction, it's just like inert. But like it's like yes, the house of lie. Just beware when it rains. It's like it's perfectly fine until it's once it rains. Oh.
Oh, dear. Population trigger at 20 for werebeasts? No, it did change to 50. That was a little while ago. I think that was at the start of version 47. It changed to 50. So yes, there is a population trigger, but it's a combination of wealth and population. So you can trigger it. You don't have to meet the population level if you've met the wealth level. So yes, I think we should call it here for today.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks for joining me, Dan. It's been great to sit and chat.
It's been a great fun sitting here gabbing.
Let's go find somebody to raid. We'll see who else is streaming Dwarf Fortress, and we'll pass on the love.